20 years ago, a dream began beside the sea. What started as a bold vision became Thailand's most iconic street circuit. Through 2 decades, generations of drivers, teams, officials, and fans have written history together. More than a race, more than a circuit, a celebration shared by an entire community. Here, champions were crowned, legends were made, and memories became part of motorsport history. Now, the story continues, bigger, faster, stronger than ever. Bangsaen Grand Prix, where street racing history is written. Race to the horizon. The next chapter begins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your sets. Do not adjust your monitors. Stop tinkering with those cables. And the reason for that is an extremely wet Bangsaen street circuit. We've theorized that such a thing exists over the last 5 years. We've actually seen it on some of our track feeds that come to us prior to us going live. But over the last several years of this actually being an operation, never has a car turned a lap in anger around this circuit, at least in the years that we've been covering it under wet conditions. Hello and welcome to your Friday afternoon's coverage here for your Bangsaen Grand Prix. Hamish Munro will be joining me. I am Scotty Rankin to kick this one off this afternoon. But Hamish, you've been watching this feed for a little while. This street circuit's tricky. Well, I mean, just add water.
It looks tricky. It looks treacherous, Scott, obviously. And yeah, I've been watching this for the last couple of hours now, just getting everything set up. And I mean, I don't even think a singular session is finished. I think they've all been red flagged at one point or another over the course of the morning portion of the session. So I mean, sessions have already been cut short. That's going to put some importance on if the circuit does get declared green flag again in the near future. Well, that then will mean that drivers are going to have to get a move along and actually try and set good times in the upcoming qualifying sessions that are going to be starting up in only supposed to be about 10 minutes time. So if the track is declared green and they get out there for qualifying 1 for the GT3 GTM categories, then they've got to try and get out quickly and get a lap in just in case it does get red flagged again. You know, because the rain doesn't look like it's going anywhere. You look at the skies, it's deep dark grey, it's very, very wet, and it's only going to take one driver to make a mistake, end up in the wall, and then the red flag's back out again. So yeah, I mean, it's already a tough track as it is in the dry conditions. The wet conditions, it may be a whole other animal.
Yeah, this is just going to be tricky right across the weekend. There is no getting away from it. And the problem that we've got, this is the schedule that we've got for this afternoon's running. It is currently 12:09 p.m. in Thailand. In about 10 minutes time, we're supposed to get the GT3s and GTMs out here. Like you said, there was just practice for Porsche Cup that's cut short. Qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 for both of these guys is coming our way. We're just waiting on what the words will be for that one. From there on, we'll get into the Toyota Hilux One Make Racing. They'll get 8 laps of this place. Whether or not that one might be squashed just due to the circuit conditions and anything that's required. Look at the angle and the amount of water that's still coming down over there at the moment. Super Ecos and their that will be their first race of the weekend. Of course, they've shifted to a 3-race category across the rounds that they will contest this year to make sure they get at least enough races to confirm a championship as well. So their first race of 3 for this weekend coming to you from 2 p.m. Again, all of this local time. This is GMT +7 over in Thailand, so make sure that you adjust for your local regions. I know here in Australia, it is GMT +10. We're at 3:10 p.m. in the afternoon. Toyota 86 Challenge will be coming for their first race of the weekend. Got to see their qualifying and practice yesterday. That was certainly eventful. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Well, let's just sit back, watch, and see, and sort of see what's going to eventuate. It is going to be a shorter day today, certainly in terms of coverage and things that are supposed to be coming. But just how much we get through. And the tricky factor is this circuit's already enough of a challenge. Realistically, we see cars in the barriers, Hamish, quite a lot, and yeah, just what's going to potentially happen is always an issue. We've lost hours. I think last year the Saturday coverage was delayed with several hours worth of barrier repairs with the amount of cars that have brake failures on the run to turn 1. Good news is I see a lot of tents and things that have been set up down in that sort of an area, which means that more of the event has been set up. Our official opening for the weekend's not due until tomorrow. Of course, this is a little bit of support categories and bits and pieces. We've got qualifying for the GT3s this afternoon. But how do you prepare for a wet qualifying condition for so many of these guys? I'm actually, Daniel Bilski's actually due in this session. As soon as he gets out of the car, I'll see if I can grab a comment out of him from a quick message from WhatsApp. We'll see what he's able to give us.
Well, I mean, I suppose, Scott, the important thing is you would have to have been watching the previous sessions that have just taken place. I mean, we've already run through practice 1 for the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia for this morning as well. So watch that. If you haven't watched it, watch that back. Just kind of see where some of the key areas are on the circuit where it is most wet, and then maybe adjust how you actually approach the qualifying session. Think about how you approached your track acclimatization across the week leading up to today, and then actually try and put that into place and put the pieces of the puzzle together. Figure out, okay, I've got to be careful here, I've got to be able to push here, and maybe even just take a couple laps at the start of qualifying to learn where you can and can't push. Now, you haven't got a lot of time to do that, but just try and get a feel for it on your out lap, or you know, the tram tracks. I mean, that's where you've got to try and aim for, and that's what you've got to try and stick to, and you know, and just try and balance all that out all throughout your session. But you've got to be able to get a time in as quickly as possible, of course. So you don't want to push too early in case you do actually make a mistake and end up in the wall. You don't want to leave it too late, because then you might either miss out on a chance because the session ends, or you might because it red flags. So that's what drivers going to have to be careful.
You say that, Hamish, but the big problem is the conditions they have at the start of this session might be the best conditions they have all session, which means you've got to get out there. The problem with a wet session like this is you just got to go the whole session. You don't get an opportunity to sort of level yourself up. Because if the track goes away, I'm sorry, it's not going to help. No. You've got to set that lap early. So we'll have the tricky part for this session as well is, and for anyone that's been joining us over the last several years, this first session, this qualifying 1 session, will be for the amateur drivers in the pairings. I would nearly want to hand these cars to the pros first. I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would be the better choice, wouldn't it? Because at least then they would, you know, I know we say pro and amateur. Realistically, they're probably going to have the least amount of chance of putting the car in the wall, aren't they, Scott? Being that they are the pro drivers on board those cars. Not that the amateurs wouldn't have the ability to not put it in the wall, but you think about your damage limitation for your whole weekend or your whole day, probably want your faster and cleaner driver on the circuit first, more so than your amateur driver in the car. So, I mean, we'll see how it pans out. We know it's chaotic. Yesterday, there was a little bit of chaos obviously coming. We've seen the highlights from the first of the Toyota Hilux races this weekend. These guys are supposed to be running today, Scott. Whether they actually get a chance to run, well, that'll be up to the weather gods, I feel.
Weather gods, so the problem will be barriers, and they've got to make a decision. And I believe these cars are they're not necessarily on a full wet tire, I believe, as well, will be the other challenge. The GT3s and the GT4s and the GTMs, all the other categories that we're sort of looking at having this afternoon are potentially going to have themselves a more wet tire. This is Super Eco rolling out, I believe, this morning, which means that, again, this has sort of been a little bit of track development to things that have happened to this point today. and you can just sort of see the track is wet-ish. There's some dampness, but at the moment it's certainly absolutely bucketing down. So that's worthwhile. Again, just taking a note of, just being aware that this is a thing that is certainly happening. Is track conditioning is going away from us as the afternoon sort of progresses. So, and it is exceptionally damp. Again, big shout out and a big hello to everyone who is here. To just seeing some comments in our YouTube chat as well. Sarah, if you can let us know, you've obviously been watching a fair bit of the coverage right throughout the day to this point as well. What have the conditions been like? Is it what we're sort of describing, what we're looking at the moment, where it has been worsening as that day's gone on? Part of the reason we don't actually get a message, by the way, with these highlights packages and that sort of stuff that comes through, I am assuming we're getting this coming from the feed at the moment, because at the moment they're probably assessing the level of the track and whether or not we can get cars out there and actually going for qualifying laps. Yeah, so big challenges. I think, you know, when you talk about challenging the drivers and everything that's going on, one of the things that we don't, why I like talking about the officiating in the background of a lot of that sort of stuff, is it doesn't get enough recognition to everything that goes on. But operationally, they've got to get, at the end of the day, race control spend most of their time in the tower. They've got to talk to their marshals. They've got to communicate with their marshals. They've got to send circuit cars out there to get a little bit of a feel of what the conditions are, and build themselves into that. Now, they're not a driver, but they are very, very experienced, and they've done this sort of stuff a million times. I know our race control team have actually managed to meet James Taylor actually at Bathurst last year, and have a bit of a chat to him operationally, talk about a lot of the stuff that sort of goes on, and get my head around the way that he goes about his business and that sort of stuff. Very, very experienced operator, Hamish. He's been doing stuff globally for a long, long period of time. So he knows how to handle these situations regardless of those conditions. But you still got to have a discussion about what's it like. Do we expect that this is reasonably raceable and we can have an event on? Or do we think this is going to cause more dramas? There's probably going to be more mistakes, all of those sorts of little bits and pieces. That's natural with this condition. But is it reasonable that we go racing without ruining the safety of all involved?
So I think that you've got to try and break it down into parts, right, Scott? So you've got to look at what's happened this morning in each session we've run thus far. Every single session was red flagged once the rain started to downpour. So when we started to get our downpour, every session that ran inevitably got red flagged because a car ended up in the wall or it was declared too wet. So to think then, is it reasonable for them to go racing? So let's look at it from this point of view, right? GT3 cars, wet tyres available to them, high downforce, very capable of racing in the wet. If it's too wet for the GT3s, it's going to be too wet for every other car that runs after them, because every other car that runs after them is down a step on the totem pole in terms of their pace, their the level of driver capability you need to be able to race them at a quality pace. So if the GT3 cars are determined that they can qualify, they can go out on track as what are arguably the best cars to drive in the wet across the whole totem pole, then we may be in with a chance. If they're not allowed on track, more than likely, if the rain does not clear up and the track does not clear up, I fear we may not see any more track action today. Because if it gets too wet, and as I said, too wet for GT3s, it's going to be too wet for the Super Ecos, it's going to be too wet for the Toyotas, it's going to be too wet for the 86s and for the Porsche Carrera Cup. Although saying that, Porsche Carrera Cup not too far away from GT3 cars, so if it does clear up by the end, they may still get their practice session. But ultimately, right now we got to focus on what GT3s are going to be doing if they're going to be heading out on track. I think they may send them out for qualifying one, see how they go, and if they're struggling and there's issues and they red flag it, they may just call qualifying two as well. If it doesn't clear up in quick enough succession, because it's a quick turnaround between sessions. It's only about 5 minutes, so they're going to have to try and keep that in check at the early part of this next portion of the day here at Bangsaen.
That's not a live shot of what we're looking at the moment. The weather is certainly darkened and set in. Just doing some discussions and stuff again in the background, just trying to assess sort of where we are at this point in time. Again, I would hesitate that the pictures that we're seeing in the highlights of everything that's gone on this morning is due to the fact that at this stage, I would say everything's been assessed as we're not going to go racing. The other side as well, Hamish, is we might actually get some of our racing actually coming our way from this morning's coverage is what I see happening at the moment. So we'll wait on that, and we'll wait on further input. But I would assume that we're not going racing. Once we get cars out there and circulating, well, the track will clean up. It'll take a big step very quickly, and then it'll sort of stabilize once we get to that level where as much water is coming down as is being cleared off. So once we get to that point, we will make some sort of progress. But the problem will be getting the cars initially out there. So this is obviously much earlier this morning. And Super Eco's out there this might be the Yaris One Make Racing actually, out there and circulating at the moment. And this was much earlier and indeed before the Hilux One Make race, because you can just see much more of the racetrack is actually dry at that point in time.
I mean,
so it was,
what we may see, Scott, as well, or what might actually be it's obviously going to be impossible to do it right now. Maybe if it was a case for tomorrow, and let's say they need to rearrange things, if they could rearrange things today, right, that might actually help us stabilize the circuit, would be if they could actually run, well, we've just been told by James Taylor qualifying 1 has been delayed. We're standing by further updates. If it was possible to be able to sort of reschedule things that are happening this afternoon, one thing that might actually help stabilize the circuit and get a bit of water off it is actually running that Porsche Carrera Cup Asia practice session earlier in the day, to actually just displace some of the water on the track, because they'd be running for a good 40 minutes just trying to disperse some of the water. That might even give, the stewards and organisers enough time to actually determine how we actually then going to order the rest of the day. I know that's a very difficult task to do on the fly, and it's not going to be very easy for them to redo that and reschedule that, of course. If they could, though, if they possibly could, in a perfect world, Scott, that may be the best option out of all of them, because at least then you're going to have 40 minutes of cars going around. That will disperse a lot of the water.
Yeah. The counterpoint to that one I give you, Hamish, is you've then got to make a decision. The problem is you've got to communicate that, right?
Yeah, of course.
To the drivers and the teams, and get them geared up and ready, and they'll be going through a debrief process, a repair process. Yeah. The other thing is it takes away perhaps this afternoon. It's going to be a little bit better. I'm
only saying this as that would be in a perfect world.
Oh yeah, we're challenging things, right?
Yeah, that would be in a, you could make this change. Let's say within half an hour, you could get the message out to everyone. Everyone can get prepped. If they can't get their car repaired, that's unfortunate, but these things happen. That would be the perfect world scenario. Outside of the other perfect world being the rain stops, the rain disperses, and we get out on track. That would be the ultimate perfect world that could happen today, of course. Now, aside from that, we're just waiting for Q1. With it being delayed, more than likely, I mean, they were supposed to start 5 minutes ago. I think we're more than likely going to see that Toyota Hilux One Make race get cancelled or delayed until later today, possibly now, Scott, because by the time they get Q1 started, that's going to push everything back a fair bit, and the Hilux is maybe the first on the chopping block to get delayed until later in the day.
So just taking a little bit of a look at the forecast for today, and at the moment 12:23 local time. So we're half an hour away from 1 o'clock. So that's live pictures from the circuit as we sort of cross back for a little bit of a look at what's going on. It looks like conditions have certainly, well, I'll change my mind. I was about to say eased, and never mind. I'll take that straight back. But effectively, we're due for a little bit of a dip in about half an hour's time in terms of rain. So rain should be easing towards 1 o'clock and just beyond 1 o'clock. There'll be another sort of build up again from about 2:30-ish, and it's going to stay pretty constant right through to the end of the day's racing. The other problem that we have, and this is a little bit of something that is and isn't a problem for other street circuits, depending upon their layout and how the circuits are actually put together as well. people live inside this circuit. They've got a life at the end of the day. Their life doesn't stop for car racing, but it does ease a little bit. You know, things do change, and they've been making that change for 20 years now as well. But the big thing with that is that there are scheduled times that the circuit's got to re-back open to local traffic. That's a limitation of what we've got to be working around. Noise restrictions aren't as big of an issue in Thailand as they maybe are on some of the more Western world, whereby, you know, noise restrictions and shutting things down. I think of places like Adelaide, Townsville, whereby, you know, you've got to be shut down. Melbourne Grand Prix, Monaco, obviously restrictions are in place to try and close those circuits down a lot earlier. I think he's checking out to make sure that the camera's all in good working order, and indeed it is.
We've had confirmation, by the way, Scott. Their race stewards are about to commence a circuit inspection with senior officials, I think, to determine if it is safe enough for qualifying one to go ahead for the GT3 GTM classification coming up here for the Thailand Super Series. So they're about to do an inspection. There you can see them down there doing a bit of an inspection, trying to clear up some of the water, but that is about to commence.
Yeah, so they're going to come out the back here and probably go out and around for a lap. But you can just see the problem is that standing water right there. But where they're sweeping is not an issue. That's not an issue. That's on the outside of that corner. Once you're in that deep, it's too late. It's not really going to matter all that much. Standing water through this section is not too bad. A couple puddles. Again, if you were to put cars out on track for 5 minutes under yellow flag conditions, not necessarily going to be the worst. All of that main straight is okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious about between here and turn 2. Everywhere up over Monkey Hill, that will be okay. See, out the other side here, all the water's running back down towards turn 2. So I think turn 2 is a point of concern because the water's going to run away down to the left-hand side there. If it stays off the racing line, it'll be okay. But initially finding traction up Monkey Hill is going to be difficult. There is a little low spot there through the crest. You can see the car in the background just going through that one now. There's a low spot there, potential for puddling. There's a puddle that they've just hit. So there is water coming in from both sides there, and you can see all that it's put together. And the big one concern at the top of the hill here, you see the puddle the course vehicle's just driven through on our right-hand side, driver's left, as they crest down the hill to here. But the hairpin itself's actually not too bad. Actually relatively okay.
Yeah, no, it's not, the hairpin is not, it's only going to be an issue if we get drivers deciding they want to try and race during qualifying, but the lead up would be the bigger problem, I suppose, for them. I guess it is there puddling in a heavy braking zone? Is there puddling in what could be a heavy acceleration zone that could, again, lose grip on the rear end for the cars that are going out there, or just lose grip in general and then get them into the wall? And that would maybe be the determining factor that they're trying to figure out. You can see them there just trying to brush some of the water away, possibly to the drainage side of the road to try and get rid of it. But ultimately, it's going to be a long course for them to try and sort out. See some of the drivers there, maybe just seeing some of the conditions around the circuit, possibly watching some of the streams. So they've given us a wave, which is nice.
Definitely watching some of the streams. That's what they were looking at on the phone. They were getting some shots from the circuit and judging them.
Yeah.
What do you think? How bad is it?
I think it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad right now. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. This is, this is, I suppose we could say Thailand now has their own Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps moment where it was red flagged for the whole race and they only did a single lap that day. But yeah, this is the unfortunate thing about going racing, isn't it? And then when you get a street circuit, which may not necessarily... I mean, so am I. I mean, if we get to see some action, then that's fantastic because we get to, see the beauty of wet racing, which is chaos, coming our way, of course, Scott. But I think the unfortunate thing with street circuits is when it's a wet race or it's wet conditions, they don't necessarily have the drainage that a full-time committed race circuit would have, such as, Chang International Circuit where we were last round. So, they don't have the dedicated drainage that a regular racing circuit has, so that makes going street racing in wet conditions a lot more difficult. Hopefully we do get to see some cars on track today. I've been sitting here all day wanting to see it happen. I want to see the GT3 cars out there, but we'll see what the officials determine and if we're going to see that qualifying session. Tell you what, the fans are more game than I am. I wouldn't be wanting to sit out in the cold, wet rain right now, Scott. I'm happy nice and dry only a few thousand kilometers away across the world.
Yeah. I went out for lunch with a friend actually just before, because you and I were communicating this morning about live timings and bits and pieces about that. I was actually out at lunch with a friend today. We're both sitting there and going, "Oh, gee, this sun, it's fantastic. We haven't seen the sun where I am for about 2 weeks. We've had constant rain." So I understand how they're feeling. And the big thing I'd be doing is, if I'm over in Thailand at the moment, I'm racing to get ponchos and stuff now, because if it's going to be this bad, it's going to be this bad all weekend. Get yourself sorted now rather than waiting. I think this is the problem area on the circuit. This is so far from all the shots that we've seen. This is the most standing water. Yeah. So, but again, I'm saying straight away, some of this is standing because we've been sitting here raining for a while with nothing circulating. You get cars on that, that'll clear up in about 3 laps. To a point where
maybe they should
get
the course cars running around as they sweep it up, just to try and disperse some of the water. Just have them drive back and forth through the corner, just to get some of the water out the way. I mean, if that's where the trouble area is, or the problem area is, then maybe that's what needs to happen. Or, as you said, just run the session under yellow flag for a few laps and just get it all dispersed, and then let them drive along and get the tires up to temperature, and then push on for a qualifying run.
It is tricky with that. And I mean, we go back to, I think the biggest time period, it's been a really, really interesting 24 months for endurance racing, actually, because you've actually had last year's Nürburgring 24-hour was red flagged for a long period of time through the middle of the race. Yep. And then on the flip side, you had the Daytona 24-hour this year that didn't red flag. They started yellow conditions for an extended period of time in very similar conditions, except for Nürburgring is in Germany and is in icy conditions, whereas Daytona is in Florida.
Well,
so
yes.
The problem with the Nürburgring race, and they sort of have, and this is the nature of racing internationally as well, as you go to a lot of different venues with specifics. Here, it's the middle of summer. Yeah. This isn't going to be icy. So that's great. We're okay. We're in the northern half of the globe. So we know that that's okay. Once we get a little bit of the temperature back, and it is warm in Thailand, if the rain stops, this is clearing up. This will clear up very, very quickly.
Oh, it will.
Message has just come through from race control. Pit lane exit will open at 12:40 p.m., which is in 8 minutes' time.
So that
and we will go qualifying one.
So we've pretty much been delayed by about 20 minutes. So that says to me they're either going to delay the whole day by 20 minutes, or they may cut out the race for the Toyota Hiluxes. I suppose we'll see what happens if pit lane is going to open here in the next 8 minutes' time. Mentioning those weather obviously affected races, Scott. Obviously 6 hours of the Glen last year at Watkins Glen, that was pretty horrifically affected by yellow flags and safety car conditions. On the flip side, this year it wasn't so bad, but endurance racing, it's a flip of the coin whether you're going to get a nice green flag race or you're going to get a yellow flag fest, like some of those longer events at Daytona, the Nürburgring, or even Watkins Glen last year as well. So you can see even the Hippo Cafe restaurant, they're trying to do their best to displace some of the water. I don't think we're going to see any cars up on the steps, but hopefully it helps some of the patrons from falling over as they leave the restaurant today. But we'll see what happens, though, as qualifying one will hopefully get underway here in the next couple of moments. Some of the fans trying to keep dry out there as best they can. And it's going to be, I'm giddy, I'm excited, Scott, to see this on-track action for the first time today in these wet conditions for the GT3 cars. It's going to be exciting stuff. Yeah,
I think exciting is probably not the right word. I think challenging. I think we'll just stick with challenging.
I find challenging exciting, Scott. That's why I find it exciting. But I understand why not many people may find challenging exciting.
I never said I don't find it exciting. There's exciting racing, and then there's challenging racing, and this is where you get into being a wordsmith, and get descriptive. And the art of the game of commentating really is getting into these words and breaking them down and having fun with them all. I'm not going to claim to be a theatre kid. What do they call it? Drama kid. I haven't got any of that background.
Or a wordsmith savant, maybe, or something.
No,
like
I'm absolutely not to that element, but I know enough to be dangerous. You heard about the theory of sort of three. There's a cycle of knowledge. The first part of it is you know nothing. Sorry, you know what you don't know. No, actually, sorry, my apologies. I'm getting this wrong. You don't know what you don't know. Stage 2 is you know what you don't know. Stage 3 is you do know something, but you don't know what you don't know. So, and that's probably the most dangerous stage. And the last cycle of visit is you know a lot, but you don't know what you're very aware of what you don't know at the end of it. But the dangerous part of that entire cycle is knowing that you not knowing what you don't know, and that's Okay, I've messed that description up completely and utterly. I saw it a long period of time, and it lingers in my thoughts.
It's showing,
but I've definitely messed.
It's showing that you don't know what you're talking about for that description. Scott also doesn't know.
I need to look it up.
Scott also apparently doesn't know when things are going to be starting today. When he originally told me it was going to be 1 p.m. when starting.
Yeah.
I was stressing out 2 hours ago with everything going wrong for me. But
it's been a good week for me. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. We're getting them on track. Hopefully they do send us the sound again because they've actually cut out the sound at the moment. So hopefully we get some car sound happening as well from the producers over. We are.
An 86.
I spoke it into existence, Scott. There we go. We get the sound as well.
Did you see that?
I did.
There was an 86 in the queue of the GT cars.
Yeah,
What?
I think he might have just decided I was in the way and he moved at the end of that one. Or he just thought he could enter the circuit maybe. Who knows? But it's exciting. GT3 is about to come our way.
Righto. Here we go. So after leaving us to our own devices, and that went very well, Hamish. Great work. Well covered. Nobody watching along at home noticed at all.
I don't think so.
That we've been left to our own devices with nothing going on the racetrack in the foreseeable future. Give me 2 seconds.
Well, qualifying 1, GT3, GTM class is about to head out on circuit. As we mentioned, this is now going to be a challenging session for the wet conditions. It's been downpouring all morning, of course. Watch on the tower for the blue-coloured cars. Those are going to be the GT3s. The orange-coloured cars are going to be the GTM classification. There we see the 88 Ford Mustang GTM-classed car as well, getting ready here for this session. We'll see how well they do in their qualifying run. We've got 5 GTM cars ready for this session. 2 of them are amateurs. Santaya Kunlo, as well as the combination of Joe Alex Lee and Saiwai Simachan as well. There's some GT3 pros and AMs getting ready for this segment as well. There's some good combinations out there. A couple of Australian combinations, in fact, as well as an Hungarian combination, it seems, with filled up the rest of the field with some Thai combos. Actually, no, there's 1 Australian combination and 1 New Zealand combo, so that's what's coming our way for this session here. The 16 car, the Black Wolf entry of Benjamin S. and Shane W. as well. That was the Australian combo, so we'll see what they do here in the qualifying session.
Yeah. Across from GT World Challenge Australia as well, so it'd be interesting to see what they're capable of. We saw speed from the 88 car, the Mark car yesterday from the GTMs as well, so they're certainly looking punchy here this afternoon. And we'll wait for them all to transition out of pit lane. Pit lane exit will be open here in about 1 minute and 45 seconds or so. Blue numbers on the cars will specify you're dealing with GT3s, split up into Pro and AM categories. 2 GT3 AMs here this weekend from amongst the 6 GT3s we have in operation. You mentioned in the 16 car, Benjamin, Schutz, and Shane. They'll be joined by Daniel Bilski and Sathapond in the number 27 Audi. Peter Biran-Bakti and Ketesak Kasiri have been, I would say, probably the strongest combination in the series over the last 12 months. 18, well, at this point, it's 18 months in total. And that stems from Peter Biran-Bakti a couple of years ago. Much for muchness in terms of driving talent with brother Vorovud. Since then, has stepped his game up absolutely. For the meantime, staying indoors might be the safest way to get out of everything that's going on. For everyone operating the cafe, they'll be thinking about closing up shop, settling down to watch themselves. Some GT3s circulating. After a 20-minute delay, we are 20 seconds away from pit lane exit opening for the first qualifying session for the GT3s for the weekend. This one will challenge their skills, but challenge them in a new way than we've seen at Bangsaen in years gone past. We've seen it from Sepang over the last couple of years. We've seen the Porsches on those occasions tend to be a fair bit stronger. What will happen as we're released to the track in anger with a wet tyre on for the first time in GT3s in at least the last 5 years? Ladies and gentlemen, GT3 qualifying. Car 88's having an issue firing up there in the background. Finally gets it rolling for the Mark Mustang. Mercedes in behind it. And this outlap is going to be exploratory.
Well, it's going to be about finding the grip, isn't it? Just seeing where, you know, what is the wettest point of the track. Use your warm-up or your outlap to your advantage here. Use it to the most amount of advantage that you can. Find where the spots of the circuit are that might be slightly slippery or might be places to avoid. That's what you've got to use this outlap for now. Interesting point for you. I was doing a little bit of research. Hopefully it's up to date for me. Otherwise, I look like absolute egg on my face right now. Found that apparently the fastest lap around here in a GT3 car previously was in the 132s, but we're not going to be hitting that today, are we, Scott, with such wet conditions. And we'll see what they can do here in the session, but ultimately they've got to try and, as I said, use this warm-up to their advantage, get the car up to temperature, get the tyres up to temperature, find where the grip is around this circuit, and find where you can push on for your qualifying run. As the two Audis at the front of the train will look to get us started in just a moment's notice.
You know what's good, though? We were talking about all the puddles and the standing water down here. That's cleared up. Yeah. That's cleared up minorly. It is an improvement. You're 100% right. Yesterday in practice, we were in the 133s. For the guys, there was actually a bit of a hot lap contest going on between a couple of the different teams. They were look at the water out of the exit of the monument. Standing water everywhere. Okay, that is the most concerning section of the racetrack so far. We still got turn 15 and 16 to go. The left-hander here at the end of the back straight. And there's a little bit of standing water down and along the beach side of the track, but not too bad. The bravest section of the racetrack, turn 16, and there's a big puddle on entry. Oh, all of them finding understeer as they clear that water away. But again, we get a couple cars out here circulating, picking up water, moving it around. It's going to come to these guys.
Yeah, well, you know, we may actually find, Scott, if this rain has dissipated a little bit, we're seeing a couple of droplets coming down across the screen. You see them getting loose. We may actually still find some faster laps coming later in the session just because some of the water is going to get dispersed. So we may still get some good times.
Slower. 45 seconds a lap slower we are at the moment. That's how treacherous it is.
Amazing what a bit of water will do, isn't it, Scott? It's just, it will slow you down so significantly. Apparently fastest time is 2:15.5 at the moment there for Pitty. It's gone straight to the top on board the Honda NSX GT3 car. So they've done well. They were actually in behind the two Audis. So is there maybe a little bit of draft available to them down the straight? They might have just spent some extra time. No. I highly doubt it was. Yeah, no, that's definitely coming down to confidence. But that's actually an important factor too. What's the confidence like? Are you confident you can push the car? Are you confident with your setup and with your track knowledge that you can push it around here in these treacherous conditions? And you know, is it false confidence or is it solid confidence that you are going to be able to pull out a fast lap time here in qualifying?
I think the first thing that you've got to navigate is, okay, you've just spent a few days picking up all your reference points around here. Now you've got to change them all again. What does the grip level feel like? And you'll go through a phase. It's definitely in these conditions you're going to want to err on the side of safety for sure, because you can't slow the car down once you're in too hot. That's always going to go against you. So it's about setting yourself up. Car 12's moved itself past car number 27, by the way, on this lap at the very least. I think I saw it come down the main straight ahead of car 27. So that might have previously happened. Fastest lap set by car number 12, Pity Beer on Bacties, a 2:15 at the moment, 3 seconds off the pace is the next closest. But again, I just think, and the other problem is all the traffic is looking for a hole at the moment and trying to find somewhere. So for a couple of these cars, particularly this group of 3 cars right here, there is a minute worth of free track behind them. So, okay, you're finding your markers and that sort of stuff. Get away from somebody else. Get an opportunity to go and find some free air.
Well, you know, maybe if you're Voravad on board that 89 Ferrari, maybe you just back off a little bit. You know, give some time. Well, actually, that's the 77. I do apologise. So that of Saravat. But yeah, maybe you just back up a little bit. Give some time to the marked car ahead of you and then the Porsche as well. And yeah, just pull back. Give them a bit of space. Let go of some of that spray that's in front of you. Might give you a little bit more confidence to actually push on here, Scott, with that least amount of spray that's in front of your eyes. I mean, if you've got a minute, as you said, in behind you, well then, you know, use that up. Just push your car back into it. You're not really going to get much draft off of them. And just set yourself into a hole that you can push on for as well. Vuravat has actually now gone to the top of the standings here with a 2:05.1 on that last time by. So there's a lot of confidence coming out of this 89 Ferrari 296. They found some pace here in qualifying. Maybe as the tyres are coming up to temperature as well, that's helping them find more grip, get a bit more confidence in the car as well. Problem is, you've got to have the confidence to push early when the tyres are cold to put the temperature into them. If you mosey on around too slow for too long, you'll actually lose temperature, and all of a sudden, you'll be rolling around an ice rink with rollerblades on. You're not going to last very long out there. So they found the temperature, they found the pace and the confidence early here to push on with about 9 minutes to go here in qualifying.
But the big thing, Hamish, is you'll note, look at the visibility he's got. Yeah. There's no spray.
That's right.
Like, again, this is what I'm talking about. Find yourself a hole in traffic. Why? What is the point in being around a whole bunch of guys in qualifying? There isn't. You know, in these conditions, you are so much better off getting some visibility, because then you can spot the puddles. You can, you know, you've got something you can work with, and already starting to find a little bit of confidence down into turn 15, carrying speed. I think this next corner we need to keep an eye on what is the water clearing looking like at the moment. That looks a lot better. Look at the confidence level difference compared to last time by.
Well, there we go. Time's
so
already down 4 seconds. It's gone down to a 2:01. So yeah, the pace is coming down. The confidence is up for these drivers, and I agree with you, Scott. I think if you're in Saravat's position where you're stuck behind another car, just back off, but fill that gap that's behind you. Let go of the spray. You're going to have a lot more confidence because you're going to be able to see where you're going. You're not going to be able to see if you're stuck in this spray. So just think about those little things, those little 1%ers, and you'll find something in this qualifying session that you haven't had for the first half of it.
I think part of that also comes from sessions in this, and I think an interesting note is that car 27, Daniel Bilski's behind the wheel. He's driven in these sorts of conditions quite a lot. He'll know to ask the team, okay, what is track space looking like behind me? We're obviously at the head of the queue. You know, I can't pass the guys ahead of me. I'm not quite of that capability, and I don't have the visibility. Can I back up? Is there room behind me? And that's where the confidence of knowing to talk to your team comes in and going, what's available? By the way, Vorovu Biron Bhakti's down into the 1 minute 58. So now we're only about 24, 25 seconds away from our fastest lap times around this place. So immediately a little bit of heat in the tires. We're talking about car 27 and Daniel Bilski. Has that hit the fence? No, but car 12 has.
Let's see what's happened to them back here. So they've come through. Oh, catching the puddle massively. Somehow pulling off the pirouette. Real Beyblade style. Somehow did not put it in the wall, but a great save from them there, Scott. That was a very tight and tough moment, and I'm sure the team are taking a sigh of relief after that car did not end up in the wall, but that could have very easily been a messy moment for that car.
Well, he knows there's a puddle there now. That's the good news.
Track acclimatization, that's what's important.
But well done to let the car rotate and then just catch it on the way up. Well, there goes 888. That's out of the final corner. That's coming to the start-finish line. This is in between turn 20 and the start-finish line.
So how have they gone round? I wonder. I mean,
again, I'd say he's touched the line.
Yeah, must have. And that's one thing we didn't actually really speak about in the build-up was we spoke about some of the puddles, but what might actually be more of a nuclear issue for them on the road would be a puddle on a painted line on the circuit, knowing that this is a street course, of course, that they've got the painted lines for the roads that people actually drive upon. If there is a puddle on one of those painted lines, that will be like ice driving over it. It will not be very fun. And I have to wonder if he's actually caught the line further up the road there. You can kind of see some of the dark puddling around about the lane separator that would be on the regular road. And I wonder if he's actually hit that, and that's what's actually spun him round, leading down the main straight.
And the problem with this is red flag the session with 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Yeah, it's the line.
Yep.
Oh,
he went the wall
front
too.
end hard in the barrier.
Yeah. Very easy to do. Very, very easy to do. And, you know, it's one of those things. And we should have mentioned it prior to the session, of course, but yeah, that has now red flagged it as that car is struggling to go anywhere. This may end the session, Scott. And it would keep the trend rolling of each session ending under red flag conditions.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just saying, I'd seen this car overtake car number 27, and then when I next look at my map and my timing and where they were hitting all the circuit indicators, it was back behind it again. And I just went, that car's going really, really slow. And remember when it showed up on the scene behind Bilski? Well, they're going to have to replace that whole front end. So this is just interim. This is literally just so they can get this car back out for... Because qualifying 2 comes very shortly after this session. So they've got to make a call right now. No, that part he's just got in his hand, that section has got to be pulled out of the car. There's no way you can jam that back in there and release the car.
Not a safe way to do it. The 16, the Australian entry out there of Woodman and Shoots together. A lovely Black Dog Motorsports or Black Wolf Motorsports Mercedes. Let's look at the rig that one. Don't mind it. Very easy to see in these wet conditions with that highlighter orange colour, so that'll be a good thing for them. If this session does get started again, the 888, by the way, has been confirmed by race control to not be allowed to restart here in this session, so they will have to park it now in this qualifying session.
Well, just looking at car 12, I don't think they'll rejoin either. They're better off taking an extra couple minutes right here, particularly whilst we've got this red flag. He's tried to roll that car forward and around. That car's facing backwards again.
Yeah.
Now, you aren't allowed to reverse, go in the opposite direction down a racetrack. This might be one of those times where they can't turn the car around. I think race control might just tell this car, yes, just come backwards down the pit lane because the circuit itself is clear. Occasionally, you require express permission to do that, though.
Well, just looking, because I've opened up the track map just to kind of see where they've actually stopped. So I believe they've actually stopped at turn 18, turn 19 before they've even hit the last corner at turn 20 to come down the main straight. They're actually right near the pit entry, apparently. So
No, they're just beyond it. So this is between turn 20 and the finish line.
Okay. So the timing is slightly off of where they actually are on the circuit. Looking at this track map, though, it's actually a very interesting pit paddock area and how they've actually set this up as like an extension of turn 18 and turn 19. And I suppose that comes down to the limitation of the roads around here at Bangsaen for them to actually be able to build this circuit. So it's a pretty creative way for them to get a pit paddock area going, and would be very interesting to see what pit stops would actually be like around this place and how the strategy would work for them as well.
Well, the good news is the pit lane delta is exactly what your pit lane transition time is, because pit lane to pit exit's 15 feet, 15 meters.
Fantastic. So that there is where that car's hit the wall and damaged
and that was
front end.
just after 27 spun.
Something's fallen
Same
off
spot.
that car as well. There was a little part then. I don't know if you saw it. Scott actually fell off and ended up on the road. So there may be more damage to this car than what we first thought of what could actually be happening on this thing.
There you go. They've pulled that piece out now. That's absolutely the right way to go.
So they have to. They're never going to get it. And you can see the damage on the front of that 888 car. That team will have to get working on it now. I don't even know if they'll get back out there for Q2.
That looks cosmetic. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think that's the parts that are supposed to crumple.
Well, then hopefully for them, they've got the front end on standby ready to go on it. They can't head it back out there for Q1, but they might be able to get back out there for Q2.
Oh, it's not tracking amazingly well, but it is sitting on the crown of the road at the moment, and that will not be helping. Still a sheen on the surface, but the track surface looks so much better already.
It does. These were probably the best cars they could have had run, because these are the cars that have dispersed the most water out of any of them, even those Porsche Carrera Cup cars. So we'll see what happens now that it's been delayed again, thanks to another red flag. It's going to be the tail of the day. Oh no! It's going to be the tail of the day, unfortunately, because of the weather, and what that then may bring, obviously, is we're going to lose something today. More than likely, the Toyota Hiluxes will get cancelled first, as we sort of spoke about, Scott. So we'll see though what happens. Hopefully we get to see some super eco action, because when we got to call it at Chang International Circuit, that was probably some of the most fun I had that day. So I want to see them around a wet Bangsaen Grand Prix circuit and see what happens, because I have a feeling it's going to be absolute chaos, and it's going to be a great time for
it's not going to go well.
No, it won't go well for the drivers. It'll go well for the viewers, though. They're going to have a really enjoyable time.
It'll go well for people who likes. Oh, Car Triple Eight's not made it back to pit lane.
I think they're trying to enter the escape road before actually trying to get back around for the full lap.
This is down at turn 2, I think. No, that's not turn 2, because the barriers are not that way. I've seen a couple cars pull off at turn 2.
They made it. I believe they made it past the hairpin. So this may be. Is that maybe?
Well, that's the main straight there, I think. That has to be turn 8.
Yeah, I'd say so. And there must be a road back to pit lane from that area on the circuit, so.
It's got to be turn 8. That's the only place whereby, see that narrow passageway? That's the main straight down the other end of that. The only street that's short enough to be covered like that's got to be turn 8. Well, they're starting from the back tomorrow.
Oh yeah, more than likely, isn't it? There you see the co-driver who wanted to hop in for the next session. Green flag once again, now that car's off the circuit. And I think they made the smart choice to just pull it off the road, because they were never going to be able to get started again in this particular session of qualifying. They will be allowed to get running, I believe, in Q2, Scott. So if that car can transition back to the lane. Oh, no, they wouldn't be.
There's no way. No, they're on the wrong side of they're on the inside of the circuit, not the outside. And the pit paddock is on the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, that's right. So no, they wouldn't be allowed to. So final 5 minutes of qualifying to come. We'll see if any of the times can get fixed up or get bettered here in qualifying. Best time at the moment apparently is a 1:57 by Veravut at this stage of qualifying. So if that, I believe, would be an official time, that's a lot of time between P1 and P2, because P2 right now is only on a 2:01.
Well, the problem is, and P2's that 888 car that's now backwards. I think a lot of the cars are capable of improving, but again, we saw 27 spin on its most recent lap time, so they didn't improve because their most recent lap time they threw away. The other problem is car 12 was also looking quite racy in that session in the barriers on their most recent lap time, so neither of those cars have set a relative lap time, and there's the puddles out the other side of the monument. So it's come through the monument and then head all the way to the left-hand side of your road to get out the other side, because if you head to the center as you normally would, you're just going to rotate, as we've seen Daniel Bilski on the 27B Quick Audi already do in this session. Hank kicks the first of the cars away at the head of the field. And I'm only seeing about 6 cars on the track for the second half of this session.
Yeah, so not everyone has actually gotten back out there for this qualifying session, it seems. I think 2 cars are out, so the 888 is out. And the, I think the 55 is also not on circuit. Neither is the 8 car either. So there's, I think, 3 cars out of this session. Yeah, there would be 3 cars out of this session right now. So it's anyone's to claim here in qualifying if they can find a good enough time. We've just gone to a 157 for Verivut at the top end of town. Henk goes with a 158.663 on board the Porsche. Here's the driver in P2. There is time. There's so much time in it. So much time. I think it comes down to confidence, Scott. It comes down to confidence. Comes down to if you're in the right position on track where you haven't got any spray in front of you either. And it's going to come down to, are you willing to push the limits? Are you willing to find as much groove as possible and maybe, just maybe, tightrope the knife's edge of grip out there to see where you can end up on the totem pole?
Well, the big thing is, looking at Henk Kicks on the main part of the braking zone for turn 8, he's moved off the line and away from the rubber that's been built up across the weekend that will rapidly wash away as this progresses. Again, rubber and oil will be down right across this circuit. So again, it's that monument section that is the biggest issue. Rain would have continued to fall whilst we're in that brief holding pattern waiting for the issues with car 888. For Henk Kicks, he is improving, so he's done a better sector time to this point. We're having a few issues with timing at the moment as well with the weather in operation. Sensors and things just aren't being picked up as they normally would be, but the car is being picked up at the finish line. I cannot tell you if it's been an improvement to this point of the lap. But on his last time of asking, he went to P2 for Henk Kicks. For the owner of Be Quick, what's he going to be able to scrap out of the Porsche? Minute and 30 seconds on the clock. This will be the start of his final flying lap. He's going to come out of the last corner, wind it up to the start finish line, passes the boards now, and we get a timing of a 156.579. So he has improved and improved massively. Keep your eye in the background. That's car 27 that's just come through. They've gone to a 53.5.
There's so much time.
Daniel Bilski's gone to pole position. Vorovud's gone to a 54. Yeah, here comes the times.
There's so much more in it. We might see a sub 150 here, Scott. So it's coming down to that confidence you mentioned, I think, as well. You've got to get the tyres up at temperature as quickly as possible. You've just sat around for the last sort of 10 minutes just trying and hoping that these cars are going to be able to get back out there. And for Daniel Bilski, he sits at the top end. Look at the wing movement under brakes as he comes down towards the hairpin as well. A bit of a wiggle on the back end as he flows through. Is there a 49 or below in this thing? Is there a 50 dead in this thing as well? Could they find the time in the final 30 seconds as they approach the second half of the lap?
He's immensely closer to that Porsche of Henk Kicks just ahead of him as well. So he is making time relative to everybody else on the racetrack. At the moment, cuts his way through the monitor. He looks so much better through there than Henk Kicks does. The gloom is starting to revisit the racetrack. Checkered flag is going to get thrown here in 3 seconds' time. So this will be their final laps of qualifying 1. Qualifying 2 to come for those of us who still have an able race car. There is car 12. It did get back out there. It will finish qualifying, but it won't improve. And I think that is just circulating at the moment, just taking a read of what's wrong with that car. What does it need? No, it's not good. It's not in good straight whatsoever. But again, I think it also got caught up on the crown of the road there, on the run to turn 1. Yes. Regardless, session has now finished. Henk Kicks comes to the line. His final lap in qualifying goes to a 55.4, so he will improve. Bilski improved as well, 52.9. The race, though, for pole position, we'll wait, we'll watch. It's coming through now. Vorovud Birambakti goes to pole position. 0.2 of a second in it, ladies and gentlemen. 0.2 of a second decides our pole position in these conditions.
Unbelievable. What an unbelievable moment for that team after the damage that car got in qualifying. The fact that it's gone faster still in this portion of the session here, Scott, it's an unbelievable effort for them to do. We've had confirmation as well from Race Control. Q2 is going to go live at 1:08 p.m. local time. So We're about 3 minutes away from pit lane being opened again for Q2 to begin. This should hopefully mean that everything else could actually remain on schedule, hopefully if this session stays green for qualifying 2 here, Scott.
It'll be back in. I don't even think they'll have time to change those tyres. And the pros will probably want the warmer tyres left on, to be perfectly on with you, but it'll be maybe a splash of fuel. They might have prepared for it. There might be enough fuel left in the tanks of these cars as well. But, yeah, the number 12, Pity Biron Bakti, will have work to do tomorrow. He qualified slowest of the GT3 cars after all of that. The rain is back, and it is building back up once again. Confirmation, Vorovud Biron Bakti from Daniel Bilski, Hank Kicks, Benjamin Shute is going to take P4. Yaro Nyanya is going to take P5 from Craig Corliss. And that's the first of the GTM cars. Saravut, Alex Lee, Pity Biron Bakti didn't improve on his earlier time to 2:05. And those times, there's issues with that timing. And anyway, it's come on through. Regardless, the cars do not take part in that session with the number 8, Porsche 991 of Sontaya Kunplum, and the number 55 of Sarin and Jono in the PSC Motorsports. I believe that's the Lamborghini we haven't seen so far this weekend. I don't know if they will take to the track.
Well, hopefully we do get a chance to see them here in qualifying 2. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait for race 1 of the weekend for them tomorrow for that to come about as well. You see the celebrations for Hank out in P3 in that session. Quality time. Up and down session for that team, of course, Scott. I mean, 2 cars on row 1 and then row 2, and then 1 car with some damage in the Triple 8 entry, although it's still qualified P5. So if they get that car fixed up for tomorrow, which they should do, they will at least be starting with 1 car on the first 3 rows in this upcoming race tomorrow. So that will be a good sign for that team.
Yeah, this will be a very, very quick changeover compared to what they're used to here. Carlo Van Dam is getting some water wiped off the boots, making sure that everything is as dry as it possibly can be in the cockpit.
I've also just been reminded that they have obviously pulled their pit crews off of a nearby BMX stunt show, apparently, because they wear BMX helmets in pit lane, and I forgot about that after last time when we were at Cheng International Circuit. So, but at least they're wearing helmets. Yeah, a bit of safety in this pit lane, of course. We'll see what they can do, though, in qualifying 2 here, Scott. I suppose, what would they... I would assume now that the drivers that went out in Q1 would have taken some notes, would have thought about, okay, where can our co-driver, where can they focus on, where can they build up that confidence in the next session? And there'll probably be a little bit of conversation, I would assume, happening between drivers before they actually hop in the car. And I wonder, will we actually see the driver that's just ran quickly get changed, get the helmet off, and get on the headset to talk their co-driver through where they found the best script was around the circuit for the outlap for the co-driver that's just about to hop in the car?
The interesting thing is, have a look at the crew member for the Black Wolf Mercedes here.
Yeah.
Boots in a puddle as he's standing there trying to strap Shane Woodman into that car. Discussions here, and that'll be Jalen Robotham cleaning the glasses at the moment as he climbs into car number 88.
You can see there as well, for those that are watching at home, you may be wondering what the little letter beside their name is on the just above the door there. So obviously you see their last name, it's their blood type that is on top of the window. So for those that are wondering, if you see a little O positive, a little O negative, or a B positive, B negative, etc., that is actually their blood type, and that is actually a safety feature that's needed on the cars in case of obviously an unfortunate accident happens on the road, and they need something they need some blood from a hospital. That's the quickest way they can find out what they need. So it's a good and handy safety feature. It's been a safety feature for a long, long time in racing. So yeah, if you weren't aware of what that means and you noticed it there's the answer for you. It is it's their blood type. So, session's begun, Scott. The time is starting to count down here for qualifying number 2. The 888 driver of Sandy there waiting for that car to get taken off the back of the truck. And they'll have to do a very quick repair before he even gets out there on the circuit. Whether he'll have enough time to set a time here in qualifying 2, that will still remain to be seen. You can see that the track has gotten a little bit, the water's, I'm going to say it's drier, but the water's definitely been dispersed a little bit more. You see the Honda there, just needs to back it up a little bit, give himself some gap behind the Porsche as he's flashing the lights. And we'll see what happens here in qualifying 2. You know, I think the Honda wants to be the lead car. I don't think the Porsche is going to be willing to give it to them. So at this stage of the session might be the better choice just to back off and give yourself some gap before you push on here for your first attempt in qualifying.
Yeah, that'd actually be the Ferrari too for Team Single Motorsport Team Thailand. Yeah, they've got the Acura NSX, Honda NSX, depending upon which section of the world you're in, and the Ferrari. He is still not happy, by the way.
He's not. And
he wants to press on.
I question, why don't you just back off a little bit? You don't have to sit right behind them for the start of qualifying, but maybe they feel they do.
He wants to take as much of the opportunity as they possibly can to warm the tyres up. If you have to back up, then you're not pressing on forwards. Alternatively, you're distracting. Alessandro Gueretti is the driver that's just been handed over the Porsche as well. Of international GT3 fame. And the thing is, when you look at a professional racing driver, are they going to try and get 888 out there?
They are, because they're allowed to run in Q2, but they weren't allowed to run in the end of Q1. So I think they're going to try and patch this thing up and send it out for a lap.
No way. I looked at the front end of this thing and thought, no, that's not going to happen. But this might be just about getting... The worst thing they can do in this car is get it out there, circulate, and go, yep, this is wrong, it feels wrong in this place, and just get a sense. Because, again, we're expecting heavy rain right throughout the weekend, or on and off, right? It's going to get better, it's going to get worse, it's going to get better. But we're expecting thunderstorms for the bulk of the weekend. So running of any kind is going to assist you.
Yes, it will. And it's going to help you learn, you know, as many different possible conditions as you possibly can, because track time's always, you know, a good time for you, and it's a smart usage of the circuit for you as well. You don't just want to sit back and think, oh, I'll know exactly what it's like. Because especially in changeable conditions like this, Scott, where you don't quite know how wet it is and each wet session could be different, you want to try and learn something from it. You see there, 100-mile-an-hour tape going on the car, getting it patched up, ready for the session.
I think that's just regular tape.
Also, the chat right now is defending me for my mistake of thinking the Ferrari was an Acura, because both of them are mid-engine, both of them are V6s, and both of them had the same livery on them. So I am going to take no fault. Because
chat, we've got to come down on Hamish. We can't let him get away with one.
And it was in the spray, Scott, as well. So they're very similar looking cars too from a front end when the headlights are turned on. So I'm going to take that as I've been defended quite nicely here. Oh, massive snap for the 10 car. And that's the spot where the 888 hit before and put him in the wall and took him out of the first session. So for Simon Chan, that puts him into P4, but there's definitely time in their lap because of that mistake. So they've got to be cautious. That line is still out there now to try and cut drivers off and put them into the wall. So that was nearly a chance for this session to get red flagged again here, Scott. Luckily, he made it through.
As a motorsport fan at this point in time watching our YouTube chat, I am disappointed in a lot of you. You cannot back up and support Hamish anything you possibly can.
Yes, they
but
can.
Yes, this huge moment for the car number 10, the Fire Monkey Motorsports ex-Silver Rocket machine, and this could be Sideway Simon Chen on board. I think this might be Shia Alex Lee who's on board that car. Was that an Audi struggling to get around the hairpin? I thought I saw the rear end coming out from underneath it. The 888 car is going to come out of pit lane, and you saw the buildup of water coming down from the front end of the camera, switching over to it. The front end is lifted a little bit more, and I think that's what they were trying to do with the tape at the front end of it. And it's certainly going reasonably quickly in a straight line. So that thing looks like it was back to just about full power. But I wanted to see the rest of that shot coming from the hairpin, because there was a car looking like it was about to face in the exact wrong direction at the slowest point of the track. I think we've gotten away from it.
Well, I don't know if you noticed it as well, Scott, when it actually put the foot down the main straight. There was a couple of bits that actually came off that injured side of that Audi right there. So I don't know if they were cosmetic pieces that have fallen off, if they're actually something important. By the looks of it, it wasn't something important. It's just something that is cosmetic, maybe a bit of carbon fibre that was hanging off after the contact, and now it's just flown away thanks to the fast pace that they're pushing this car to. We'll see what sort of pace it has in it with this amount of damage on it. It will give a little bit of aero deg, but in these conditions that may not actually be that big of a deal. It's going to be how willing are they going to be to push this car and push it to its limits of grip and push it to try and get themselves up the order. They're starting, or they're P5 in qualifying 1. Can they find an improvement here in qualifying 2 with the 100-mile-an-hour tape on the front of it?
Oh. Look at them pushing through the puddles, and there's another half moment for the 888 machine. This is a valid lap for them because they crossed the start-finish line at the start of the lap after coming out of the pit lane. So you do go straight to active qualifying times effectively. So it does count, it does matter. But the tyres and the puddles building up in the wrong space. And this is the exploratory lap for car 888 at the moment, trying to bring itself up to and get acclimated to the conditions as quickly as you possibly can. And the puddles in places that you don't necessarily expect them. And the problem with that section of road is that there's not really a whole bunch that you can actually do. And then it's this one. This is the corner that caused them grief in the first half of qualifying. And again, into that puddle on the left-hand side of the road, looking back at that final corner. Car 888 is taking a lot of risk at the moment.
Well, they are indeed. They've only gone for a 1:55.1 on that previous time. We did go faster than the Q1 times at the moment with a 1:50 dead at the top of the timesheets for that Ferrari of Carlo up there for the 89 entry. But this 888 car, does it have another 5 seconds in it to challenge the top end of the timesheets? Well, history or maybe brains might say no, but the heart in you may say yes, because you want the storyline to be they've crashed in Q1, they've dropped a bit of time, they put the tape on it, and then they've still got pace in Q2. It's always great to see an Audi out on circuit. We don't often see it now in the modern era of GT racing, but to see it do well here in qualifying with the wall wounds, as that there is a part of that flying monkey Porsche on the road. So what has happened to it down here, Scott? As it comes through, something has clicked.
It's already damaged.
And that's the front splitter. That's the actual bottom piece of the splitter that's come off.
It's had contact elsewhere.
Yeah, it
elsewhere
has.
on the lap for sure. It's nosed the barrier. That could be down at turn 15. It might have nosed the barrier.
Yeah.
There's confirmation. Well, it's looking a lot less Fire Monkey green now, but it is still performing its job, and that's the critical factor. The problem will be is that piece of bodywork is sitting on the line at turn 1, and we'll get an opportunity to have a look. Is it down here? Yeah, it's still on the racing line. They need to release somebody. Car 10's just gone through. There's about the entirety of the main straight before we get one more car coming down. They will have more than enough time to release official on the track, grab that, not have to throw a yellow flag and get them back off the track. So I would expect them to have done so. Carlo Van Dam catches traffic on this lap, as did Alessandro Gueretti, who's just ahead of him on the run down through turn 8. The Black Wolf Mercedes continuing to truck on with their session. Struggles at the moment for Shane on board that car.
You can see all that pulling water as well, Scott, on the outside of that chicane down there. You would hate to get caught out there in race conditions, undoubtedly, knowing that none of the water's been dispersed. But I'm actually quite impressed, Scott, of how much water has actually been dispersed in this session. They've done well to get it dispersed off the racing surface. And the way we're going, we may actually still be able to run as scheduled after this. And we may not actually lose any sessions today the way we're going.
Ooh, that was close to the barrier on the inside. Carlo Van Dam. Been running in this series for a long period of time, so there'll be no improvements on this lap. Well, we say that. And I've just seen Alessandro Gueretti go fractionally quicker on this lap. He gets down to the 48s. Now we wait for the Ferrari to come on through 47.399. So there is speed. These tyres are coming up to temperature. They want to stay at speed at the moment. Get some temperature into the wets. And that piece of bodywork is still on the line.
Yeah, it's still
turn
there.
1.
By the way, this car has been named by the chat the Hamish NXX, apparently. So that's now an official terminology. I have put it into the patent office. They'll be releasing in 2028.
The 296 NSX?
Yeah, the 296 NXX. There we go. It's a collaboration. It's a V-powered. It's a V-powered Ferrari engine that's on board that car.
Yeah, Italian-Japanese
Yeah,
is the
Italian-Japanese.
is the localization that makes that car.
Yep.
Here is car 88. That is the second place car currently on our GTMs, running around a 55. In fact, there's actually 0.3 of a second between pole position in our GTM category as well. And getting flashed by the Ferrari, who's had to turn across the wetter line to find some speed. The Botham will jump out of the way. And Carlo Van Dam presses on. Guretti's made a fair bit more time ahead of these guys. I think he's also had to pick off the number 27 Audi on this lap, and he's now coming up on the number 12 car. Kenisak Kasiri is actually putting in quite reasonable pace for a car that is probably the most damaged of the lot that is still circulating within this session. He'll come through the stripe this time by, he's going to set himself a 150.129, so improves quite massively. Now we wait for the Ferrari to come through. Lights a flash, trying to get by that number 27 Audi. And he goes to the top of the timing sheets once more with a 146.5.
It's confidence personified right now for Carlo Van Dam on board that Ferrari as well. Look at the timesheet though. That damaged Audi, the Triple Eight, the teammate of this car here, has gone up to P3 now with a 148.67. So there is still time in that sister car to this one. Hopefully the 27 of Sethapon can find the pace that it needs, find the confidence it needs as well. Although he's about 10 seconds off the pace right now. So I think that may be a confidence factor driving in these conditions for them. So, but right now there's about 2 seconds separating P1 and then P2 and P3. It's a good time to be found for Alessandro and Sandy back in P2 and P3 at this stage. Although the Triple Eight goes to P2, 147.568. So there's definite pace in that damaged Audi, and somehow it is clawing and fighting its way up the timesheets here, Scott. Could it do it in one more attempt around the Bangsaen circuit here in qualifying?
Well, it will get an opportunity to certainly go there. So Sandy Stuvik is pressing on, feels quite comfortable in the wet weather. That is getting drier up and across the top of Monkey Hill. Less spray as he pushes up there with a bent race car with panels not attached to the front end of it. Lights still working as they need to be at the front end of the Triple Eight. Finds some drive as he gets out of the hairpin. The slowest section on the racetrack, one of the slowest sections on motorsports racing internationally. 90 seconds remain on qualifying 2 for your GT3s and GTMs. And this is a hero moment. If Sandy Stuvik can put this together, this will be a drive. A car he got handed after the start of qualifying. They didn't know the condition of this thing. They didn't know what the pace is going to be. Crawls his way through the monument. Chicane. He will come out of there. He will appear on the chopper feed as we get down towards this corner. What is the drone footage going to tell us for Sandy Stuvik, who absolutely attacks the braking zone for turn 15. There's 4 more corners to go. There's 16 out of the way to the center of the road. He'll cross back over. A puddle on entry at 17. He'll attack this circuit with everything he's possibly got. Maybe he's just a little bit mad. Maybe the fact that this thing come back on a tow hook was the best possible thing, because sometimes that inspires a guy to greatness. For Sandy Stuvik, the last corner, 30 seconds on the timer. He'll get one more shot at this. The thing crawls out of turn 20 to the stripe for Stuvik. And it's not going to be an improvement. It is an improvement in lap time. It's a 46.637. But the problem is the rest of the field have gone to the 45s.
He's got to find another 1.5 seconds or over that to get this thing up into pole position here in qualifying 2. He's been pipped by that 26 Porsche of Alessandro, and he's got to find some time in it. There's about 8/10 separating them, and it's 1.6 seconds separating him to the current provisional pole sitter in Carlo Van Dam aboard that 89 Ferrari 296 car. Time is up in qualifying. This is the final attempt for every driver that has just started a lap. Can this Triple Eight Audi go to pole position after the damage and after the heartbreak of Q1 for it? Could it be the hero that everyone needs out there? Could it get itself to the top of the timesheets? And could it start on the front row? Carlo Van Dam, 144. Oh, that looks insurmountable at this point. 2.3 seconds. This car's got to find. I don't know if it can do it here, Scott.
Goretti's just improved to a 45.673 as well, so he's gone quicker. The problem is the Fire Monkey Porsche's in the way. This is not what he would want to be seeing. And the Fire Monkey Porsche's on a legitimate lap time. The Mercedes is in there as well, all in the one shot. I don't think it's going to happen for the 888 machine, but the biggest note is that everybody else that's on a lap has already finished their lap. He's looking for time. He's looking offline. He's looking down the inside. I think the lap time will have gone away from it for the 888 Audi. It will have just eked away from him. For Sandy Stuvik, though, this will be an opportunity to stand on P3 if he can find a little bit more time. About a second he has to find to the other car, but he will have lost a whole bunch of it. Does he improve? 48.947. Traffic on the final lap will take it away from this car. Nothing more he could have done. Wrong place, wrong time. The lap before was the last opportunity. He attacked that. And the problem will be for Sandy Stuvik, I just wonder, is that car walking wounded a fraction? And if so, a 46.6 should be commendable. That should be a massive, massive time if that car's out of shape. If it's just the front end that's knocked off it fractionally, he'll be sitting there and going, I just needed another 2 minutes. I just needed another 2 minutes to get pole.
I mean, he was so close, and the question beckons, is there something that's happened to the front suspension build-up of that car that has affected it a little bit too much to find the time that needed? If it is only a little bit of aero damage, well, maybe there's still more time in it. There is the provisional results for your qualifying session. Carlo Van Dam goes to the top 144.393 in the 89. Ferrari 296. Alessandro Goretti to P2 in a 26th entry with a 145.673, and Sandy Suchek will go to P3, 888 146.637 in a wounded 888 Audi, it must be said. And the fact that it's gone to P3 is a very commendable effort for it. Kantazak and Afek will make up the top 5 in qualifying 2.
Well, now we take a little bit of a breath and a relax and a settle. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know if the order for the rest of the day has been adjusted to this point. We're still waiting on that. By the sounds of it, it sounds like they're going to try and keep everything running, and they'll just shorten things to gain back some of the time. That is the qualifying orders. A reminder that they were missing 2 cars from qualifying from both the GTM field. In the number 8 of Santoya Kumpluma was in that 991 Porsche Cup car, and the Sarin and Jono GTM car may be missing for the remainder of the weekend as well. This next race was due to start at 1:20 p.m. It looks like that has been pushed back. It's 1:26 p.m. at the moment. So we're going to cut away. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll try and get you caught back up with what's happening with the rest of the afternoon's proceedings.
การสตาร์ทของรถรุ่นนี้จะสตาร์ทภายใต้เซฟตี้คาร์นะครับและจะขับผ่านเส้ ส้นสตาร์ท2 ครั้งก่อนที่เซฟตี้คาร์จะเข้าพิทเอนทรีนะครับการแข่งขันจะเป็นแบบ 25 นาที 25 นาทีนั้นเราจะนับถอยหลังทันทีที่ออกจากเซฟตี้คาร์หมุนไป
แทงได้ตรงเส้น
ออกจากปากทางนี้ไป
แล้วแทงได้คือเขียวแทงได้เลยหรือว่าต้อง
ผ่านเส้นตรงนู้นเส้นคอนโทรลสตาร์ท
แล้วแทงตรงนี้
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are getting set here for the start of the Toyota One Make race. There'll be 10 of these Toyota Hilux Revos in operation. Just having a look at Vitsapak 10 Power, who is 9th place on the grid. You would have seen a little bit of a hasty driver's briefing that they were all having down the front end. Some discussions about the starting procedure for this one. They want to get them out there, but again, these guys are these are One Make race cars that they're here for just this weekend. So they're not necessarily a major part of proceedings across the weekend. Part of that will be bringing these guys up to speed. What is going to happen is we're going to start our race immediately under safety car procedure. They will circulate under safety car for 2 laps. The end of that 2-lap period, we will go green flag racing. The race time will be time certain, and it will be 25 laps from the instant that the safety car leaves the pit lane. So it will not be lap-based. This will be time-based. Again, we have to catch time up. If we get a safety car turn 1, lap 1, and that takes 10 minutes to clear, basically the race will be over at that point.
Well, we'll see what happens as they head out on circuit. I don't believe it is going to be a shorter session. Scott, they've just brought it forward a little bit. We'll see, though, what happens. And if we do get confirmation from race control, we'll obviously be able to parlay that message on to the viewers out there as well. Knowing of how much of a fan both of us are, Scott, for what is the Super Truck Series out here in Thailand Super Series. It's still exciting to see some One Make variants of that being the Toyota Hilux Series as well. And this is more more akin to what is the Australian Super Ute series. These cars looking very similar to what we would actually run here locally for our local motorsport as well. But should be exciting. We'll see what happens after they start in yellow flag conditions. Will the race last very long? We'll find out. The rain appears to have stopped for the moment, so that's a good sign, Scott. It should mean we actually get some good running. And hopefully the track's going to dissipate some water away and we can get ready for the rest of the afternoon.
Got a little bit of an opportunity, Hamish. I wonder if you've got that schedule there ready for me. We can sort of discuss it and let you guys know that everything that's good to come this afternoon, because this is very, very important to try and continue participating along. So we're already into that third race, but the problem is that was due to start about 15 minutes ago. So we're going to go for 25 minutes here. This is the original planned schedule, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, whereby we're supposed to start with the Super Ecos at 2:10. At this point in time, we can still make that just. Yeah, there's every opportunity that we'll get there. So anyway, back into our racing. And it is the Yokohama Advan Neovas 8009s on the 18-inch wheels, 2.4 litre TGG FTV Hilux Revos with the 6-speed manuals on board. They are one-make machines provided for this weekend for these guys to go racing and have a little bit of fun. Chok Chai is on pole position from Jakapan Wanarat, who we actually saw in the Super Pickup C class yesterday. Chilampon, Kit Tasak will roll off of row number 2. Nirat and Kieran, and we're actually probably going to see the grid come up here in a little bit. A lot of these guys that are actually in this series in particular have actually competed as a part of Thailand Super Series in the past. Like I said, Chakapon Wanarat was a part of our C class yesterday. So we will get through, once again, our lovely, beautiful, sunny-looking Bangsaen Grand Prix. Oh, the track map fades away. And then it looks significantly less sunny. And in fact, a fair bit wet, but already starting to dry. Our grid for this one, Chok Chai managed to take pole position in the 22 from Jakapan, alongside in the 17, Chilampon and Kid Dasak in the 13 and 52 machines, respectively, off of row number 2. Row number 3, 5th place is going to be Nirat, alongside of Kiranan in the number 90 for 6th spot. Perk is going to take 7th spot on the grid, and Chai pole 66 machine, the final row of the grid. Visid Sak out of 9th position, and Tinagorn in the 10th place, number 77. Keep your eyes on those big old puddles as they come through the monument. Already they're starting to move their way away from the racing line and be picked up and thrown away. And the big thing that these guys will need to do, not only on this lap, but also on the following lap, as they circulate around under pacing, is they need to be aware of where those puddles are and the lack of traction. But the big thing, I think, in this one, Hamish, is going to be the trouble and the difficulty that we're going to have getting green flag laps out of these guys.
Yeah, that is obviously going to be the major difficulty. How easily can they run on the racing line lap after lap? We've obviously just seen the session with those GT3 cars. You couldn't get two cars more opposite to each other, could you? I mean, high downforce, some all-wheel drive, some rear-wheel drive, mid-engine and front-engine GT3 machines, and then fully front-engine Toyota Hiluxes that have been lowered with some good grip tyres on them as well. You know, pretty much no aero to speak of comparatively to the GT3s. So these things are going to struggle to stay online. That's then going to be a struggle issue for them throughout this race. For some of those areas that we saw, including the chicane on the back straight, where you saw that giant puddling to the left-hand side of screen, right-hand side of circuit. That is an area that we may see cause some dramas throughout this race here, Scott, once we get underway. We'll see what happens there. Hopefully we're going to be going green at the end of this upcoming warm-up lap.
Yeah, so again, circulating around, you can already see actually a little bit of tram tracking starting to form on that run down to turn 1. Fractionally greasy on the surface of the road, though, is the problem. But the major puddles starting to clear up. And like we said, the big reason that we're starting this one at a safety car is visibility and opportunity. I think if that GT3 race was, the 2 GT3 sessions we just come from, if they weren't qualifying sessions, they would have started under I think, a safety car for exactly what we're doing here. 2 siding laps, then release them.
Yeah, I think that definitely would have been the case. And it may be the case now for the rest of the afternoon until more of this water dissipates. There you see the tightness of that hairpin up at the top end of the circuit before you start to come down the back stretch, and it is a real casino, a real Monaco section-esque here of that tight hairpin, of course. But we'll see how many dramas that causes today. I believe we had a rollover yesterday through this corner.
Yes,
Scott,
right here. Yep.
Yeah, so hopefully that's not the case for these Toyota Hiluxes. And I will agree with the chat. They did state that the one big differential between these things and the super pickups is these things do not blow out coal like a bad Santa does. So, but these are much more environmentally friendly. I would suppose that they're not blowing out massive
Smaller
truck
engines.
smoke out the back of them. Yeah, smaller engines.
A lot less horsepower, and they're
Yeah.
lighter too.
Yes.
Certainly, only the 2.4 liter.
So
model as well.
what you would say is these are the sporty variant of the super pickups. Then I suppose they're a bit lighter.
You say whatever you want, and I will be over here ignoring that. So I wouldn't say these are the sport. I think the super pickups are probably one of the sportiest version of a race car that I see anywhere.
They're definitely probably one of the most removed from the road variant to then the race car.
100%. So
they are the GTPs of pickup trucks is what they are.
words I never thought I'd ever hear from anyone.
Are they wrong though, Scott Rankin? Are they
You've
wrong?
made some comparisons this weekend, and you are certainly making me question my sensibilities.
I'm going to continue to make them no matter what you say, but am I wrong in that statement? Because realistically,
Regardless,
you know,
the field has been taken under the hands of Chokchai as we move away from establishing comparisons on international race cars that we're never ever going to see side by side, and we'll never get the opportunity to compare. But Chokchai Jirunuchurn has got control of the field on the run down to the final corner, looking to try and build some temperature in the front end of that race car. That is what remains on our timing, and the field will be in Chokchai's hands as everyone is held up at the back end of the field. 10 cars for your Toyota Hilux Revo 1 Make Series as we swing out of the final corner and catch the lovely magic of the picture in the picture. And he launches very, very early. That puddle there at the apex of turn 20 has gotten significantly smaller since we were out here with GT3s. Green flags are on from the front of the series, and we will go racing under green conditions for the first time for the weekend for the Hilux Revo 1 Make race. And the run down to turn number 1. The tip-in point as Jacopan tries to close up and apply some pressure. The two most brave of our truck field, and around from the rear end as he touches the yellow line in the middle of the racetrack for car number 22. And that is going to necessitate a lead change as he goes from looking at a clear racetrack ahead of him to looking at the Hypertruck rear tray of the number 17 machine.
You saw that rear end come round, and it shows you they're pushing hard here early in this race. Hopefully, oh, look at the rear end just locking up as he tries to pull it up into the hairpin behind the 77 ahead of him there, I believe it was. But yeah, as they keep on pushing through the hairpin, you can just see how tentative they are to enter. And they make it through nice and tidily. You see the course car still behind them just in case the mistakes do get made throughout this session. But at the moment, I will correct myself, it is Chokchai leading the way to Jacopan at the moment, although Jacopan has made the move now to the race lead as we saw before. So the 17 in the race lead, not the 77. As they run around. Look at how much they're pushing these things though, Scott. You see the body movement and the dipping through all these corners for them. That's going to be the problem area. You saw there how wide they almost went. They were almost eating at the puddle. Someone's going to run too hot through that chicane, and we may see someone end up in the wall there if they take too much real estate in this race.
Yeah, now running down through. I reckon once he starts to find a little bit of comfort on board for Chokchai, he's actually going to start to apply pressure once again, but at the moment he's just trying to get back to the power. Just a touch too aggressively. Have a look at how tentative they are on the tip-in here to 17. The flick to the left and the flick back to the right. Apparently, only one corner there at 17. Here comes the dive down the inside at 18 and arrows it at the corner. Does Jacopan. And Chokchai is going to swing all the way out wide and look for a switchback move, but he's taken significant portions of the long way around the corner. One puddle on the inside at the initial entry to 20. Another puddle on the exit as they get out the other side. Starting to close in. Or is the 13 machine? as he starts to get a touch closer for these guys.
And you can see as well that as this battle will begin to commence, and it was a very interesting choice for Chokchai at that final section there through 18 and 19 to actually take such a wide berth on entry. He chewed out a lot of time of the gap that he had to the 17, but actually gained it back again down the main straight as he got up to power. So it wasn't actually as big of a loss as what I thought it may have been on that entry point, but he has managed to claw it back here. You see, just trying to pressure the back of that car now. We saw him struggle to pull it up last time. Big rear end wiggle for the 66 down at the bottom of the hill for Chiapol, as well as he gets the power down on board this Hilux. And it is looking to be just some tentative racing for these cars. I mean, greasy conditions, Scott. Arguably the greasy conditions could almost be some of the more dangerous of the weekend, because it can not only test you and challenge you, it can actually give you false confidence that there may be grip somewhere where there actually isn't, and you could be the worse off for it as you come out the other side.
I think the big thing is changeable right the way, changeable within a corner as well. As you splash your way through a puddle, all of a sudden that grip's going to come away. The good news is it is significantly less gloomy out there, which means the rest of the afternoon we should continue to roll on through. In the meantime, run down the central straight of the circuit. This is the battle pack forming up behind Nirat in 5th place at the moment. He has himself 4 trucks in hot pursuit in behind him, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to Vidasak, and Tinagorn is a fraction further back off the tail end of the field. Still a race for our race leaders as well between the 17 and the 22. I'm actually missing the 22 on timing at the moment. No, my apology. He is still with car number 17. 19 makes a mistake for Nirat as he comes through the monument, looking to find some sort of overlap for Kiranan. Punthong has not been able to find any speed on the run down there. Here's a change for position. This is onto the final corner. Was there a mistake for Jacopan, who stole the lead of this race down at 1 and 2 when we went green flag racing for the first time? Runs a touch wider, forces his opposition closer and closer to the puddles. Now he'll tuck into the slipstream. He's that close to Chokchai ahead of him that I don't know how much spray is going to be kicking off the back end of the 22. Regardless, the headlights are going to pop back out to the right-hand side, and now he's going to get to the inside at 1. Sticks 2 tires onto the yellow line at 1. In the middle of the road, they'll go doors right next to each other, but surprisingly, no contact between the pair of them. Couple laps ago, the 22 machine tried to put power down at turn 1 and could not do so. When we went for the first time green down into turn number 1, and he's not quite able to find the power that time. It looked like Jacopan just couldn't find his own form of grip. The car didn't bite, but did you see how much load? And the 22 machine just about found the barriers down there at turn 2.
Well, not just that as well. One thing I noticed too, Scott, was it, and different to here down at the hairpin at turn 6, just how much drier the main straight looks now only after a few minutes without rain on the circuit. Now there's obviously a bit of, I think, a slight spray happening coming out of the skies because obviously they've got the wipers going. But we're seeing hardly any spray come off the back of the car. So this track is starting to dry up. You can see the train tracks that have started to form down towards turn 7 and turn 8. And now as this track dries, obviously it's possibly going to dry from one end to the other. It's actually going to maybe progress across the whole lap. You can see here though, that area is not going to be drying anytime soon down at the chicane. But that main straight is starting to dry up. That is going to make things interesting for the rest of this race, obviously, but also the sessions that are coming up later this afternoon.
Yeah, so we are actually starting to progress positively in terms of our grip level. For the GT3s that were just out here, what were we down? We were in the 48s? 1 minute 48s?
Well, 45s was the
45 at the back end of that session.
Was the fastest time. So
to give you guys a sense of perspective, 2:22.842 last time by for Chokchai was the fastest lap of the race. So these cars well over 30 seconds a lap slower as they run down into the final corner.
You see as well, some of that pooling water is still just not draining away quite yet, but they know where the racing line is and where they've got to put these things. And now the 22 of Chokchai is just starting to break away from Jacopan back in P2 at this stage. Chalampon is just starting to maybe put a bit of pressure into the rear window. Here's the battle in behind them as well, the 19 of Nirat, and then Kiranen in behind him as well as they come up through the final few corners here out at Bangsaen circuit here as well. And in behind them, you've got Perk and Visidsak battling for position as well. So there is some tight battles further down the order, not just at the front end. The fast lap of the race thus far, 2:19.742 for Chokachai was the last time by. So that's a solid lap time as this track is beginning to get faster and faster as every lap goes by.
Yep, run back down to turn number 1, and again, that road is getting much, much drier on the outside of the entry to turn number 1. Climb up the hill, a lot greasier here at the tip end to turn 2, but the grip is starting to build back towards this racetrack. Car number 19 for Nirit has managed to hang on to its 5th place spot at the moment. And the 52 of Kitasak is only just ahead of them. Everybody set their fastest lap of the race on the most recent time by the start-finish line. Everyone improving at all points in time. Grip continuing to come. And that's also probably a good point, is in these drying-ish conditions, getting these trucks out here on the track will clear a fair bit of water as well. Move it to the side, down through the hairpin. Have a look at how low the front end of some of these trucks are as well. But still significant ground clearance. The problem is, for a lot of those race cars that we've actually got across the weekend, how low they get. They bounce off the ground when they're getting down through the inside portion of the turn 6 hairpin. Run down the back straightaway once more.
Well, of course, as well, Scott, obviously with some of those more high caliber cars in terms of the GT3s and the GT4s, they're more used to running around FIA grade 1 circuits, coming to this grade 3 circuit, of course, for Bangsaen, and that's obviously going to offer up some challenges for them today. In maybe setting up the cars and Bangsaen, I will correct myself. That will offer up some challenges for them today. Not just today, throughout the weekend, of actually how they set up their cars, because they're maybe used to setting them up for those more grade 1 level circuits, some of which are on the Cal, like Kuala Lumpur, or even Chang International Circuit as well. And then you come to here at Bangsaen, which is a cult hero amongst the Thai fans, and hopefully soon to be amongst the international fans as well. That offers up some challenges to them, and it may not offer up challenges to the more local series.
Whoa.
Oh, look at that drift off turn 19 there. That was a great little camera shot of that. But yeah, how those challenges could maybe affect some of those more international series, even for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia as well, and how that'll change, how they've actually set up and prepared for this weekend, comparatively to those more lower tier series such as the Super Ecos, the Toyota Hilux here, the Super Pickups, and even the 86 Challenge drivers as well. Yeah, and I think tricky conditions as this one's gone. These guys have actually done a phenomenal job to this point. Now, something started to happen to Kitasak on board the 52 machine. All of a sudden, he was solo. Last time by, had a margin of probably about 1.5 seconds when he got through turn 2 and the run up and across Monkey Hill. This time by is not going to be anything like that openness, and the gap that he has built up over a long period of time has been eliminated. 6 minutes left on the clock at this point in time. We're 6 laps into this one. At the end of the most recent lap, which means there is a potential for 2 more laps. We're scheduled to get 8 laps worth of racing in. So at this point in time, these guys are circulating at a good enough pace that the 25 minutes that was allocated time certain for this one won't be required, and we'll gain some time back into the schedule as we run down the back straight. Once more, Kitasak again builds enough of a margin that he will feel confident and comfortable at the entry to turn 8. This is the part that still concerns me, is the massive puddles just off the racing line. If you get it wrong at the monument, forget it. Well, I mean, we saw where all that pooling water is on the right-hand side of the circuit, our left-hand side of screen, and we mentioned it throughout this race, Scott, of a mistake through there is going to be very, very costly, more so than if it was obviously in the dry conditions, because you're going to find yourself literally in a pool of water. I suppose we could now further compare the Bangsaen circuit to Monaco. They have their own swimming pool section of the circuit, it seems, and it's down at the monument right now.
Yep. And for these guys, though, they're looking for a swimming pool full of opportunities to get brave down the inside at the final corner. There is the 55 machine. And Perk Alert Wang Pong is going to make the opportunity to make an overtake. and slide the rear end out of the final corner. That's actually checked up. The car in behind him, I think that might have been the 66 machine, and indeed it, sorry, my apologies, was the 90 machine of Kiranan, who will now get pulled back into the clutches of the 66. As we run down the start-finish straight away. This should be where we finish the race at the end of this current lap that we've just started. They were scheduled for 8 laps. They've started their 8th lap. And that means for Nirat, opportunities are running out. A 52 machine covers him, and again, Perk, I think, is just having a perky time in the rear end. Certainly being aggressive with the right foot coming out of all the lower grip areas on the racetrack.
He's putting that foot down at every hairpin he gets a chance at in the hopes that it grips up. And then when it doesn't, I'm sure he's wide-eyed and bushy-tailed as he tries to catch the thing as it goes around. I suppose an important factor of these cars as well is you can see there's no aero lid over the tray or the tub of these Hiluxes as well. So they're fully open back end. So that's a massive air bubble that can start to be created down the straights. But that also then affects your aero coming through the corners as well. It makes it a lot lighter through the corners, and that's why the rear ends are getting looser as they try and power these things through. Let's see how they go through up towards turn 8. Can they get through nice and tidy? This is where we saw the pooling water earlier on in the day where they were trying to spread it all out. You can see there is still a big puddle starting to, well, that has been formed down there, but it's not as bad as what it once was as they come down towards the Monument Chicane. Can they keep themselves in check through here? They can indeed. So under 3 minutes left on the clock, but this is their 8th lap of the race, so this should end the race early. And I suppose we'll get a determination of that if we see the checker flag flying the next time that Chokchai crosses the line here out of the Bangsaen circuit for your Toyota Hilux race of the day. They're doing quite well thus far, Scott. Been a great race thus far, and that 55 starting to put pressure now on the 19. He's got to keep that rear end in check though the next time he comes down towards turn 18 and 19.
Race control, I think, have elected to let him just continue on effectively. Remember, we had 2 laps under yellow flag, so they've extended this race with those 2 laps under yellow flag. So we're going to get 7 laps of green flag racing, I think, to go home here. There will be enough time. There'll be about 10 seconds or so excess at the end of the next lap for our race leaders to get this one done, which means we might actually get 10 laps in here, which will be 2 laps on the safety car and then 10 green flag laps. Regardless, these guys will come off the last corner and get to the start-finish line.
I wonder if they're actually counting the safety car laps or if they were just warm-up laps for them, maybe.
Well, the session was declared as race start when the safety car left the pit lane. So, in theory, yes. In theory. But good challenge, good question mark. The good question mark at the moment is coming from the 19 machine. Gets down the inside, a little bit of elbows exchanged at turn 1. And all 3 of them will crawl out of turn 1. The 90 machine is looking for traction. These guys have got to sort it out before they get all the way down to the hairpin. And then finally, we're going to change just a little bit of paint between these guys. And what we expect to be potentially the last lap might be one more available to them. They do sort it out. The 52 machine is slowly but surely been coming back to these guys. Now Perk is going to get that spot earned back by. Nirat is going to be under pressure now. Continuing to be under pressure is Kitasak, who has lost a couple spots, and Kitasak gets into the rear bumper of Perk, which is going to buy a whole bunch of time now for Nirat and the 19 to just scamper on down the road.
Well, that was a very close moment to that loose end of the 55 by going around thanks to contact there with Kitasak in the 52, but somehow they managed to pull it up, keep it going again as well, and they push on towards hard-braking zone of turn 8 as they fire on through once again. They've done well just to keep everything in line and in check, and now through the very tight and twisty sector 2 as they run past the Monument Chicane. There is the 22 car of Chokchai, who has led the majority of proceedings, struggled to get by Jacopan at the race beginning to get back into the race lead, but once he got past, there was no challenge from Jack Panda behind him. The clock is going to start to trickle down as this final lap of the race has technically begun here, Scott, because there's 5 seconds on the clock, but he's coming up towards turn 4. So this is the final lap of the race.
Yeah, we've received confirmation from race control. It's not the 25 minutes plus 1 lap. It's at the end of 25 minutes the next time by. The stripe, which will be the conclusion of this one. 2 pacing laps plus 8 racing laps. They've been graced with an extra lap worth of racing for the one make race guys. but they did push them out of pit lane a little bit early to try and get them some sighting laps and give them some visibility. That has worked not only for the driver's benefit, but for the entire afternoon worth of racing's benefit. It's given an opportunity for some tyres to pound pavement and clear away wetter conditions. Fastest lap of the race last time by went the way of the number 13 machine of Chalampon, who moves his way into third spot at 2:18 flat. And you can see that the racetrack is becoming drier. It dries very quickly around here. It's nearly not dark at all at the tip-in point for turn 1. Oh, nearly into the barrier for the 55 machine. And Perk, again, has been driving the wheels off this thing. He's left no section of racetrack unminded, unvisited, unseen on his attack of the rear end. And this is for 4th place. Very deep at 1, very deep at 2. But he managed to pull it up, and the truck is again closer to that of the 19.
Well, you can see as well, this battle that has been commencing is one that is fiery as the 55 puts the foot down, gets it loose off of turn 4, and they push on once again. There is the 22 of Chokka Kai through the final couple of corners here, Scott, and what a dominant performance it has been to get himself to the race win here at the Bangsaen circuit.
Yeah, out of the final corner, Chok Chai didn't lead a couple laps. He had to go and earn this one back after losing it on the opening lap of the race, but he is going to steal it back and take a race win in race 1 of the weekend for the Toyota Hilux Revo 1 makes. He'll get it from Jacopan. Chalampon has managed to come home P3. Fastest lap of the race in that final lap, by the way, down to the 2:17.6 for Jacopan. Then it's back to this group who are squabbling away for 4th spot. Still the 19 machine of Nirit has it. He's just got to survive. The car is placed in all the right positions. Perk is going to have a go at him if he's close enough after he gets through the 17.18 flick back. He'll find some drive down through the gears for the final time in race 1 of these guys this weekend. He is close enough to think about having a go into the last corner. To the center of the road is going to be covered for Nirit. And for Perk, he'll need to find the throttle, but he'll need to find it with a little bit of room left on the table. Swings a touch wide, nearly opened the door, and again, the rear end is going to come out from underneath the 55 machine. He might not get the spot, but he's won the hearts of the fans, and I think that is so much more important. Nirit will take P4 from Perk, who has one of the most entertaining driving styles of the category. Kieran ends the car that brings it home at the back end of the train, waiting for the 52 of Kitasak, who lost spots. Chiapolo will follow him home. Vitasak due in about 10 seconds from now. As we'll wait for him to pop out of the final corner, and Tinagorn Sirisawat will come home at the tail end of that one. Well, the important part out of that one, Hamish, is I know who had the most fun. The problem is, didn't let him a race win, but I don't think he cares all that much.
I don't think he does. I think he just enjoyed finding that there was a throttle pedal, and just saying to himself, I wonder what happens when I push this much through a corner, and just feeling the rear end slide out on him as much as he could. And, you know, it was a very solid race for them, actually, to be fair. And when they're actually close together and battling away, it was, you know, it was certainly an entertaining spectacle for the fans that are watching along with us at home from all around the world, I'm sure. And this Bangsaen circuit has already opened up for what could be a fun afternoon of racing as Chok Kai takes home the race win to Jacopan out of P2 and then Chamalapon out of P3 as well. We didn't really see much of them in the latter half of the race, of course. They actually all started to spread out. That then fed us back to the battle for what was all for P4 on the road towards the end of that race. But a solid podium performance for the 3 of them. And as you see there, the confirmation of the top 5. Nirit in P4 to Perk out of P5, Kiranen out of P6 to Kiotzak in P7, Chiapol in P8, Visitzak out of P9, and then Tinagorn out of P10 as well. Close battling throughout them all, though, but 2:19 in that race. That's a solid lap time for Chok Chai out of the race lead.
Yeah, phenomenal one for him. That would be his best time. Best time in the session, though, 2:17.644. So Jacopan made... I think they started off the session, the 22s, so significant improvement in terms of the pace around the circuit and particularly finding that one. And that'll be some interaction from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Unfortunately, though, for everyone watching along at home, that one will most likely be in Thai and probably for our Thai residents as well, need to be in participation down at the circuit. Have a go at the Scan Me code regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see forming up on the grid and forming up in the hurry is the Thailand Super Ecos. They will be in action for what was scheduled to be a standing start of 25 minutes plus a lap. I guarantee you we will get a rolling start for this one. But ladies and gents, we're going to take a break and we'll be back for Super Ecos on the other side of this.
25 นาทีบวก1รอบ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Super Eco's rolling out of pit lane. Apologies for that one. We walked away just to get a little bit of a breather and reset for the next section of our coverage for this afternoon's race. Scheduled to be 25 minutes plus a lap here this afternoon. What that looks like at the moment, we were scheduled for these guys to roll out of pit lane 2.5 minutes ago. So the time loss that we have now caught all the way back up again. So big gains in terms of where we're expecting to be at this juncture. So big gains and big improvement for where we're expecting to be. Scott Rankin and Hamish Munro to bring you the coverage here this afternoon. Also to come after our Super Ecos, we have the 86 Challenge, and then we will be done for the day. So ladies and gentlemen, settle yourselves in, get ready, because we are about to go racing for this one. Thailand Super Series Super Eco 900 kilo race cars, 120 brake horsepower, about in the realm of 192 kilometers an hour. Front wheel drive cars, they are a road car with a combustion ratio of 11:1. It's a road car chassis and body shell. But manufacturers you're going to be seeing here this afternoon, Toyota, Honda, and the occasional Suzuki.
And we'll see how well they do across this race, of course, as the track has begun to dry out. We've not had very much rain since this morning when it was an absolute downpour. There you see the tyre model from the GTR2 brought to us by Giddy Compete. So running a 195 to 50 R15s on these cars as well. I don't know if they're going to have to be running those wet tyres on this circuit now that it has dried out a little bit. Well, obviously, it doesn't appear that they would need to, but it is greasy conditions out there. There you see the track map, of course, all starting on that main straight towards the end of the first sector off of turn, what is actually turn 5, that hairpin down there, and then in towards sector 2. This is the 4th race of their season, I believe the first or second of the weekend after yesterday's rollover. So they'll be hoping to try and keep themselves nice and tidy here as we've got Jiboyu on the front row alongside Verenchit for our pole position and P2 position as well. Aaron Halkai will start at a P3 with Brett out of P4 there. Thanathus out of P5 alongside Sorowich for P6 as well. Ronnie out of P7. Had a good run last time at Chang International Circuit. We'll be hoping for a similar run here today as well. Akerwood out of P8 with Durapat and Rapat Korn making up our top 10 here, Scott.
Side of the top 10, we get back to Yopon Chu and Sitnan out of 12th spot. 13th and 14th will be Wong Yu and Ferren Meth. Kitnat and Akachai out of 15th and 16th. First, the Be Quick Racing team cars a long way down the field. Today, POD and Siranai out of 17th and 18th. Panawat and Ian Wong are going to round out our top 20. And then we move even further back outside of the 20 to Thirapan from Natawala Ntaya and Say back to 24th spot. Outside of the 24, we'll get back to 25th spot. Sarah New will come from the rear of the field in this one.
So we'll see how well they do, Scott. Obviously, we know that the last time we called the action of these cars back at Chang International Circuit, just how feisty they were on the road and how well they're going to do here today. It looks like they are going to be going for the standing start. So this is going to be a very interesting start procedure for these things here, Scott. We could see fireworks early in this one.
Yeah, certainly could. Nothing is guaranteed on a greasy racetrack. They'll all file in and find their spots on the grid. 25 minutes hits the timer. How much of that we're actually going to get the opportunity to see under green flag conditions will come. The Super Ecos tend to be phenomenally clean racing. But the problem will be the greasier conditions, the final couple cars from the tail end of the field feeding into our start grid for now. And the lights will start to come on from the front end of our grid. We've waited for a while to get ourselves a little bit more green flag racing. Green flag from the tail end of the field. We are getting set for a race start here from Bangsaen, and off and rolling. We get one of the few standing starts of the weekend, and everyone's gotten away pretty well. Halfway down the field, there's a little bit of a checkup, but from the front end, it's going to be Show Boy You from Varanchit on the run down at turn number 1. Aaron Heikal not necessarily got all the best getaway as he defends heavily on the run down to turn 1 on the inside, covering that one. No room for anyone else to look for a way around anywhere in the middle there, and they all feed down in. Then they're 2 and 3 wide as they get through.
See as well, Joy Bonnu trying to put temperature into the tyres off of turn 2 as well as they run over Monkey Hill and down towards the hairpin, the dreaded hairpin, where we've already seen some action happening all throughout the weekend. There you see the overhead shot of the 25 cars going in, although the 25th car of Soren Yu has not started this race, so there's only actually 24 out there. Can they make it up the other side of turn 6 nice and tidily? There's a bit of a checkup, but it looks to be that they possibly can here, Scott, as they just crawl their way around ever so slowly. They've done well thus far this race start, but Joy Boyu to Varanchit, Aaron Heikal, Brett Dickey, and then Thanthus Lomwong as well makes up our top 5 off the race start as they come through turn 8.
Yeah, that it does, and it's tricky conditions on the run down the back straight away. Everybody's trying to feed their way in if they possibly can, looking for an opportunity. They come their way through the monument. And the tricky part as they get through the monument as well has got to be, where do you possibly look to try and find an overtake? Where do you possibly look to try and find that puddle out the other side? Because there's some guys here that wouldn't even know that that's a part of the racetrack that they've got to try and avoid at the moment.
Yeah, as they try and keep themselves neat and tidy towards the final few corners of this circuit as well, just keeping everything in line, keeping it in check, getting the temperature into those tyres. That's the key in these first few laps as well, Scott. They've got to try and push on to get the temperature up and to get the grip up as well. So we see a move down the inside towards the braking zone as well. 2 wide action into turn 18. Gets it done. And through goes one of those. I believe that was one of the Hondas back there, who's now just slipped on through to P5. It is indeed. As we come up towards the start-finish line, it is still G Boyu leading the way to Varanchit. Brett Dickey has got past his teammate Aaron Heikal, and I believe it was Sorowich Somai getting past Lomwong on that final turn as well, but we're hoping for a bit of an update on the timing. It's so dry, so much dry. If you looked back 2 hours ago, would you have had any hopes and thoughts it would get this dry?
Mate, back at the start of that Toyota race that we just had, it was looking like we were going to be still fairly wet for a fair period of time. The sun has started to poke its head back out. All of a sudden, the mist, the gloom lifts itself off the circuit. The one place that isn't drying out is the monument. And that's the one place that everyone's just going to have some concerns. Cars into each other. It's one of the Be Quick Absolute Racing Team cars. Pinches another car into the fence. Not quite sure who that one was. It might have been Yop Bonchu back there. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been. You can see his car now making its way steadily down towards the hairpin. My word, it is open season in terms of these guys trying to cut their way back through. 21 minutes left on the clock since we've gone green flag racing. Joy Boyu has skipped a little bit ahead, but he did this back at the Chang International Circuit. Then the tyres started to hurt him, started to run away. Look at the tram tracks. There were puddles here when we got into turn 8 a little bit earlier on in the day as well. They've started to walk their way away, and then this is the problem section of the circuit. You can still see it is very damp even on the groove. Aaron Heikal nearly touched the puddles on the way out the other side, and it is slippery, it is tricky. You've just got to keep it on those tram tracks, because if you don't, the monument will strike.
It will indeed, and to confirm, I think that might have been Ikuchai of that big racing team that was involved in that incident down at turn 2. Remember as well though, think about the storyline that came out of Cheng International Circuit as well, the battle of Joy Boyu to the race win, but Varanchit, remember all of the frustrations he brought about for the likes of Ronnie Risman on that day, and we noticed it in the post-interview area that Risman was not very happy with the actions of Varanchit that day as well. There we see the moment down at turn 2, and it was actually a double moment, so there was a few cars involved in that, and almost simultaneous sort of T-bones into that corner, wasn't it? So just a little bit too far under the braking zone into turn 2, and that's what's caused both those cars to get hooked up and turn around.
I thought I spotted Yop Bonchu. I did. The 2 car was the one that went around the outside of the 2 cars that were tangling up. Either way, this is our lead 2. A little bit different in the Insane Motorsports by Zick, leading the way in the number 17 machine from the 89 in Varanchit. I think Aaron Highcarl's just lost that spot to Brett Dickey. I thought he was ahead of him up until that most recent lap. So Dickey will step one step closer to the front two. It'll be interesting to see if he can start to step away from Aaron Highcarl as that Suzuki Swift's got a little bit more going for it. The Suzuki was a fraction slower in a straight line back at Chang. Now that won't be as much of an issue here from Bangsaen, but he was clearly vulnerable at the start of the lap on the run down to turn one. Now giving way for that position. For the meantime, nice and settled in terms of those standings. And again, you can just see that Suzuki's just not got the poke in the straight line to stay with Brett Dickey. Dickey got a much better launch off of turn 6, and now he's starting to punch clear. It'll be really, really interesting just to see what that sector 2 time is, whether or not he all of a sudden goes purple. Have a look at, it's dry, went, oh, nearly into the barriers. Who was that? It was the car in behind, the 96 machine of Thanathas, who got one right-hand wheel out and into the puddle, and Grip just ran away from that car.
That was so close. That was definitely a, well, heart-in-your-mouth scenario for Thanathas there on board that 96 car. It's managed just to stay with him for the moment, and he did not put it in the wall, but now he's under pressure from Sorowich in behind him as well. Jiboyu still leading the way strong ahead of Varanchit. And then you see Dickey and Highcarl battling away, but look at this late move down the inside. Jurapat trying to get it done. Actually, it's an outside move in towards turn 18. Can he get the power down? No, he can't. There looked to be minor contact there from Sorowich to Thanathas. They've somehow come out the other side. And those big quick cars are looking to push on. Jurapat and Ronnie Risman are trying to get past them into the top 5/top 6. But Thanathas and Sorowich, they're not making it easy for those two big quick entries.
This is the race lead as well. So that was the 89 machine of Varanchit starting to get alongside Show Boyu. So Boyu's also struggling fractionally in a straight line. But then his chassis is significantly shorter than the 89's machine as they get out and into turn 1 and turn 2. So he just yaws a lot better on edge a fraction as these two will come side by side up the hill. The 65 machine, Ronnie Risman looking to try and make some speed, has managed to pick that spot back off. And I believe that'll be the 55 of Yakawat, who's in behind him. Managed to clear for now. Run down to the hairpin and everyone trying to get the front tyres to glide up. Out the other side, contact between the 47 and the 65. So Jurapat a little bit under assault as Ronnie Risman and the two BKC Motorsports teammates exchanging paint. That will not be looked on too fondly by the team back in the lane.
Won't know, but Risman's the fastest car on track right now. He did the fast lap of the race last time by a 2:10.05 the last time by there, Scott. So Risman's actually got some pace. He's trying to push his teammate on. But I think if Jurapat begins to hold up his teammate here, there may be questions of, well, should you actually let him pass, let him pull you along, instead of holding it up, as there was a bit of a moment then through the monument section. Somehow they've gotten and kept it clean. You can see as well that that's that car of Sora, which has actually dropped below both those BKC cars. And right now, Thanathas is under attack, and look who has resurged forward and actually responded to the pace of their teammate. Jurapat has begun to push on now, trying to put pressure on Thanathas down towards turn 18.
Well, there was contact with one of the barriers, and I think it was the left-hand side as they come through the monument on the inside towards the roundabout. And I think it might have been Ronnie Risman that tagged it. It was one of the two BKC cars. I'm confident of it, but I'm fairly certain it was Risman. Risman significantly quicker as they enter the braking zone for the final corner. Out the other side, and again, he's just not, and you know what? It is his teammates, Jurapat, who's got a little bit of a mark on the front end of the car. This one has just happened down at turn 15. The Bendix car is going to find the barriers just for the 35 machine. He'll sit there a long time for PYD for the sound. And there's a change for the race lead. I had a sneaking suspicion Varanchit was going to be there when they got down to turn 1 this time by, and indeed, not just there, but clear.
He is clear. Jiboyu will now have to try and find a way back around Varanchit as we're 10 minutes into this race, so still 15 minutes to go. Plenty of time for Jiboyu to find the pace that he needs. But that's not going to help him though. Massive lock. Somehow caught it into turn 6. How in the hell has he pulled that up there, Scott? That is great car control to pull that car up. Drops a bunch of time to Varanchit in P1, but luckily for him, actually saved his race by not ploughing the rear end of that car ahead or putting it in the wall.
I just wondered, did Did he grab a fistful of throttle to try and snap that thing back straight? The problem is, if he'd done that, he would have ended up in the rear boot of Varenchit. So my word, he's done phenomenal. That is car control of the highest order, but that's what you expect from the Thailand Super Ecos. Back through the monument, and that was a moment for Aaron Carl that time. You saw the car not want to bite. Now there's a bumper missing off a car. That's yellow and black. That says to me that that has come off one of the Be Quick cars in this field. We've already seen contact for Ikachai on board the 26 machine. This is up towards the pointy end. This will be the change of the race lead in the front end of this shot. Yeah, he was well and truly ahead when they got down to turn number 1. But it's really good pace from Joy Boyu throughout the rest of the lap. He's quick in the slower stuff. He's just not quick in a straight line.
Well, this is similar to what we were talking about at Chang International Circuit, the straight line speed of that Toyota for Varenchit, but the mid-corner and entry to corner speed that the little Honda has of Ji Boyu. So at a track like this at Bangsaen, I think it is actually going to benefit you to have the much more power-heavy car down the straights, where you don't have as many of the sort of tighter sections that could actually be relatively effective, because you can easily defend here in those tight sections, specifically in Sector 1 and then even later in the lap. And because it's such a tight piece of road on the back stretch towards the third sector, you never really get a chance to actually get back past them again. So if you're in that faster car, i.e. the Toyota in this case for a long straightaway, once you get by on the main straight, you're kind of sitting pretty in P1, because there's not much the car behind you can do to attack you again and get back past you.
Well, we've lost timing for most of the field, most of the cars in Sector 2, so we can't really talk too much about what their pace is like in Sector 1 or Sector 2. We just sort of get a time from Sector 1 to Sector 3. But I can tell you, remember how we saw how aggressive Ronnie Risman was down to that last corner? He's the fastest car on that most recent lap in that final sector. So again, suggests to me that he is the quicker of the two BKC Motorsport cars. They've moved up to 5th and 6th now, as Jirapat is certainly making some time. We'll see if Ronnie Risman can do anything about it, but at the moment it is going to be the 96 machine trying to defend from the 61. Is that bump drafting? I feel a little bit of NASCAR coming on as they're going to head down to turn number 8. And just yielding, gets wider onto the slipperier stuff. Both of them managed to make their way down through the corner. So that'll be a change of position. Sorowich moves ahead of Thanathas now, who's Thanathas was quick early, or at least a strong qualifying session, starting to head in the wrong direction. Spray not coming off the cars up until this sector. But the thing is, Hamish, they start to build temperature. Look at the problem, that water that's on the road there, that's coming out of the puddles. They're just dragging it further and further down the road. Pinch of the brakes. Tyres cool off a fraction when they get down here, and then the track starts to dry off again. The benefit is, when they hit those puddles each time by, is the tyres are actually relatively warm. So they clear a lot of water and they boil a bit of water off, and then it gets good, and the track starts to clear. Battles further down the field as well.
Yeah, I mean, these battles are continuing on. Exactly right as well, and if your tyres are overheating as well for whatever reason, that's going to be cool the tyres a little bit of push and shove through there as well, as they try and sort themselves out. That was almost incredibly messy between a couple of cars there. You see the 39 just trying to keep
did that Honda just hit the barrier?
I think it might have. I think the Honda may have hit the barrier then. That was very, very close. And if it did, that is going to hurt it significantly. But this rear end battle is really heating up as they continue to put pressure upon each other as well. This is involving the likes of Nathan Milan, Adriano Zoe, VC Thirapan as well in that 39 car. That was who was held up down at turn 8. And then as well, Zhang Wanjin. CERN is just at the head of this battle too in that 9 car. So yeah, this one's really heating up at the back end for the minor positions. You know, they're not battling for a podium necessarily at this stage, but it's good experience for them to battle it out, especially for those two Eco C cars as well, for the 39 and the 57. Oh, sorry, the 58 and the 57. At this point in time, as there's a car around down at turn 1, turn 2.
And he'll pull off this heavy mark on, that's the left front corner of that car, so it's found something go wrong for them. The problem I was looking at for this 9 machine was where it was defending. It was actually moving off the line and onto some of the colder racetrack with water on it. So there's been contact with another car because there's been a piece ricocheted further on. Now that could be the headlight actually of that car that is popped up. I think that's the 39 machine of Thirapan Promkan who's gone around. Yeah, there was contact there on the way in. I think he's tried to turn in. Well, the other option is he's hit the barrier on his right,
Yeah.
and that served him back to the left. But there would be a mark on the front right corner of that car, and there isn't. And there is. So both of his headlights are there, Hamish. Remember, there was a headlight down at turn 2 as well, so there's definitely another car involved.
And in that, whoever that car was that was behind him has actually served him off the road into the wall, down at what is turn 1 leading into turn 2. It is going to be investigated. It's between the 51 and the 35 cars. So that's going to be an interesting decision make. Not decision make, an interesting process for race control. But yeah, that's going to get put under investigation.
I was just about to say, was that Aaron Heikal? Because he's gained a spot, but no, him and Brett Dickey have swapped spots, so it's not those two. Again, they're all just splashing through that puddle. They need a bunch of cars to just circulate through that puddle at slow speed and just move that water around.
I think it was PI with the Ferguson. I think that was who it was. Who was the other car involved? The 35 car, because the 51 of Panawat is dropping on the timing, and I believe that was the car that was actually put into the wall. So I think it's the 35 that we're looking at as and that is Aaron Heikal who's gone into the wall. That is down at turn 6, so something's happened to that car to make it become unglued here, Scott. That could be a safety car, and that will be a safety car. That may end the race.
That'll end the race. They'll have to safety car that straight away. They'll have no choice there but to safety car that one. There was an incident that was being checked at turn 15 as well. Something else went on down here at turn 8. 35 was the car that got the penalty for incident at turn 2. There's a lot of stuff just flashing across our screens at the moment. They had a look at a couple of incidents. One that happened back earlier in the race where we had the 2 sets of cars getting into each. He's in the fence there early, so he's missed the turn in at the top of the hill, I think.
Or he's gotten loose, maybe, and gone into the wall, but yeah, something's definitely happened. There you see the 51 car, which had already had some damage put onto it as well. Yeah, this should be a safety car. It should be. You can see local yellow's been put out down there. Varanchit's still pushing out the front end, but yeah, we have to assume.
There's no way they'll get that out of there without a safety car. The problem is that left front's off the car. It's going nowhere.
Not going anywhere with that. I mean, but even to run a local yellow down at that corner, I know it's a slow corner. But yeah, I mean, we've just seen as well, time penalties going the way of that car that was involved in the incident with the 51. It's about 5 seconds, but yeah, local yellows down there. You see double yellow flags getting waved. I suppose maybe they get away with it if they just make it a local yellow, because it is such a slow area of the circuit, such a slow corner, but especially with only 7 minutes to go. But this is it's now a tough decision-making time for James Taylor, the head race controller, to decide if they're going to call the safety car, if they're just going to leave it as a local yellow.
They might, just because of where it is, you're right. They might actually just leave it. The thing for Aaron Heikal that he'd be annoyed by, he's actually got the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
So he was quick. The car was coming back to him once it had gripped up. It looks after its tyres quite well, that Suzuki Swift. It's not agile. It's never been quick at the front end of any of these sessions. But as the session continues on, it tends to come to him. And as the track sort of improve, we're definitely seeing that progression. The tricky part at the moment, they're going to leave it. I just reckon they are going to leave that car there. Everyone's seen it now. Everyone's done more than a lap by it. And the critical factor is it's beyond the latest you'll ever turn into that corner. So we've got a race on our hands, albeit a corner that you couldn't overtake at previously because of supplementary regulations for this racetrack. Again, they just double wave flags. Everyone knows that it's there. Just continue on as if it's normal.
Well, it's offline. As you said, you know it's there. Just got to take some caution. Just keep the yellow flags flying. Just to remind drivers that there is a car offline but damaged on the side of the road, and just make sure that they keep themselves nice and tidy through that section of the course. I mean, pretty simple stuff. We've seen it happen on regular race courses where drivers gone off late in the race into the sand trap. No difference if they're offline in a race course. And if he's out of the car as well, then obviously there's no danger to him for them to allow racing to continue through that section either.
run down through turn 1 and turn 2. Ronnie Risman continues to close up on his teammate in the BKC car as this elevates them an additional step further up. 5 seconds down the road from these guys is Brett Dickey. They're not going to catch him with 5 minutes left on the timer. They need to make up a second, a minute, and then get the overtake done somewhere in there. Yellow flags at the crest of the hill. Again, reminding drivers of the car parked up. But at this point in time, it's there, and it's there to stay. Risman just can't get it. He was so much quicker. If he's going to get this move done on his teammate, it'll be at the final corner. That's where he's so much quicker. And the brake application has been strong from that car. The 47's definitely touched the barriers at some point. The left rear corner of it is looking a fraction worse for wear. The 61 machine looks okay as it cuts its way through. And I think the incident at turn 1 was between the 93 and the 51, because the 51 of Panawat is the car that we've seen go missing, and a race control have identified to us Farron Meth as the car that was involved in that one.
It's been a tough race for them, but only just under 4 minutes left on the clock now. Scott, it's been tough racing for them all of the last 21 to 22 minutes now. We know we'll get an extra lap at the end of this one. I mean, Varanchit started to break away from Joy Boyu a little bit, but it's about 1.6 seconds is now the gap between the top two. But there's still some hot battles out on track, including this one here between the 55 and the 21 in towards the final corner. We'll see if we can get some hot battling between them towards the end of this race, as this track has almost completely dried out in some areas of it. It almost looks like it hasn't even rained today down the main straight.
Yeah, when we know it was bucketing down earlier on. It's one of those weird places where it comes and it goes just as quickly as it arrived. In the meantime, the 21 machine is going to pull out. Wong Yu Chung is looking for an opportunity to get down the inside at turn 1, becomes the outside at turn 2 on the 55 of Ekawat. Just about getting into each other at the apex of 1. Fraction wide. He's going to look for the switchback. Doesn't find drive out the other side. I think he might have just missed a gear, a fraction for the 21 machine as they come up and over the crest of the hill. There'll be this lap that they're on and one more to come for Thailand Super Eco. I was monitoring the time when they crossed the start-finish line for our race leaders. They're about halfway through their second to last lap at the moment and on the run towards the final sector. Car 89 will have the lead.
Push now as well, Scott? Just quickly, when do you push now? When do you try and find the moment to go for it if you're that following car?
Oh, well, if you're there and an opening shows up, you're going to have a crack. Last time by, Joy Boyu was the quickest car. This time by, he is significantly closer to Varanchit. And the Thailand Super Ecos continue to provide great racing action. The 32 machine a touch slower ahead of our race leaders. They'll come through this one. They're going to be looking to try and get by this car as quick as they possibly can. It's in the way. Varanchit will be quick down the start-finish straight. Think about that one on the run down to turn number 1. Tips it back in. The battle for the race lead for the first race of the weekend for your Thailand Super Ecos. 3 races they will compete at each of the rounds they are at this year. So only one of the 3 to come for these guys. 3.74 kilometers, 20 turns to come. Joy Boyu led the opening stanza of this race. All of a sudden, Varanchit showed up on the scene. Quicker in a straight line for the Toyota over the Honda. Now it'll be for Joy Boyu to try and come back at him. Sneaks up a fraction closer, sneaks up a fraction closer again. And the short-axled car starting to show why it's so strong. The agility through the corners, the ability to rotate that car. Varanchit will make this Toyota a lot bigger than it has appeared to this point. It was big when it was closing in the mirror of Joy Boyu, but it's going to be even bigger on this lap as they'll get down to the turn 6 hairpin. Probably 3 more opportunities to get the job done, but the first one's going to require a strong exit from here. Right underneath the rear boot lid is Joy Boyu. And now Varanchit will lean on every horse that's available to him from underneath the hood. He will try and stretch the margin. Jonathan's responsibility is to be as close as he possibly can. The first signs of a little bit of weakness, a defense as they move down into the inside of turn number 8. A fraction offline. Jonathan Joy Boyu closes another car length towards the 89 machine of Varanchit, to the monument, and to the trickiest part of the circuit in these conditions. The Thailand Super Ecos continue to prove why they're one of the best categories in the business when Thailand Super Series goes racing everywhere. Down now to the second to last overtaking opportunity, and he's not quite close enough. He will sneak a fraction closer. There is a bomb coming at turn 18. Of that you can be sure, because Jonathan Joy Boyu is not going to lay down. He's not going to take this one on a drying Bangsaen Street circuit. Power carried through the 17 flip-flop. Now he'll move back to the outside. Has Varanchit done enough? Here comes the Honda as it creeps a fraction closer to the last corner, to the inside. Car number 89 will get the job done. It will get the power out. We're waiting for them to pop out the other side, and I thought for a moment, my heart went in my mouth. I thought we might have lost the pair of them, but they're both going to make it to the start-finish line. Varanchit started second. He will get the job done, and he will make an overtaking move on what was a tricky afternoon on the streets of Bangsaen.
Race is not over, Scott. This is the final lap now. We crossed the line with time left. This is one more. This is the final lap. I saw the board then as well. It said final lap. Varanchit almost looked like he turned it into down at turn 2. So this pressure's still on, Scott. It is still happening here. So Joy Boyu all of a sudden has more opportunities to get that car into the race lead. Although he's dropped a little bit of time off of turn 2, he may just be waiting to try and get this thing up the road, off of turn 6, get the power down, and get it back into a racing position. I think he's going to try and slingshot this thing into the final corner.
That'll be his only opportunity that's left available to him. Turn 8, he's not going to be close enough now. Way too far back for Jonathan Joy Boyu. Brett Dickey sitting quite comfortable. Remember how I said the BKC guys needed to make up a boatload of time? They've actually halved that margin to Brett Dickey, who sits in third place at the moment. One of the few Toyotas in the field has still got control of the field for Varanchit. There's double waved yellows here, which means somebody else has gone into the barrier somewhere around the monument. Look at the car, there it is. It's gone in at the last section of the monument chicane. And that will seal the deal, you would imagine, for Varanchit. All he's going to do is keep this thing out of the fence on his run to home.
You almost feel like the last lap should have been the final lap just by how close they were to the very end, but nonetheless, Varanchit's done well just to separate himself from Joy Boyu off of that previous lap. And now Joy Boyu's run out of opportunities. He's not close enough to make a move down into the final 2 corners. And for Varanchit, this is going to be a good bunch of points off of the last round as well at Chang International Circuit. He's done well to put all the pieces together, and this has been a great drive to get himself to the race win here at a Bangsaen Circuit in the first race of the weekend.
Yeah, he's going to celebrate it. Do a little bit of weaving back and forth. Be joined by Joy Boyu, Jonathan. And that was a fun one to finish up the final lap of the Super Ecos. They are pumped down in the pit lane for Varanchit. Brett Dickey will come home in P3. Ronnie Risman nearly loses a spot to Somich Samai. 18 thousandths of a second it was at that start-finish line when they got back there. And now the rest of the field will start to make their way on through. Thanathas from Akawat, Wong Yu Chung. He had a great battle, didn't he, with the 55 machine of Akawat. How good's the Super Ecos? Just received a message from a friend of mine who's just tuned in as well. Everyone's tuning in to watch some racing action from a wet Bangsaen this afternoon. Get your friends in here. There's more racing yet to come. Toyota 86 Challenge Thailand due in the very, very near future. Mate, Hamish, I got to apologise to you. I was a bit rough with you for the Hypertruck call a little bit earlier on in the afternoon. Got it wrong on that occasion, in my personal view. I maintain that one as an opinion, but you got that one right with the lap count for sure. Who is that that's parked up there? Is that the 57 machine of Nateo? It might be.
It might be. They're not going... Where are they? Yeah, they haven't finished yet. It very well may be. To give the little bit of inside baseball as well, I gave a little message
to
He did.
Scott in the back end to say it's this lap plus one more, but he didn't see it in time. And then
No, I didn't see it in time.
And then I thought, well, we're watching the cams here. They're going to show the final lap graphic at the bottom. Hopefully he'll see that there. And he just looked straight past it and thought that meant it was the check-in. Oh, but still, what a race it was. I mean, Super Ecos have turned it up for us in a great form, not only today here at Bangsaen Circuit as well, Scott, but last round out at Chang International Circuit as well. That was a great race. Another great race this weekend. We've still got more races to come out of these guys, too, across tomorrow and on Sunday, I believe, as well. So there's plenty of racing to come out of these things across the rest of this weekend. They really impressed me last time. They were one of my favourite races I got to call last time at Chang. So the fact we got to call one today in greasy, changeable conditions, absolutely fantastic. Hopefully tomorrow it's a more wet race, but not wet enough that they have to red flag it. As Varanchit takes home the win ahead of Jiboyu. And Brett Dickey on the podium, representing the Aussies up there on the podium is Brett Dickey, which is great to see. But solid performance from Varanchit. He was controversial last time when he took home the race, when he took home a solid performance at Chang International Circuit, but this time he's done it on the road without ruffling any feathers.
That he will. We'll get confirmation. That's the overall standings as well. Here's the C+ Clutch. Sorowich Samai is going to get the job done from Thanathas and Ayakawat, who are going to bring it home in P2 and P3. The ladies for this weekend, we think one of them has ended up in the barriers, not finishing the race, but we do see Natar Walan in the DC garage, number 88, getting home. Nataya was the other one in the 57 machine, and car has gone missing. We expect that one to be in the barriers at the monument, but we might get some confirmation of that one here in the near future. I know Goody's going to have to conduct an interview, at least one, in English here this afternoon. I don't know if we're actually going to get the language feed, unfortunately, for that one. But confirmation for Joy Boyu, fastest lap of the race with a 2:06.446. It was actually a bit of a battle between those two guys to see who could set the fastest lap of the race, and got it done. And again, that circuit and that shot that we saw earlier on, there were puddles all down this main straight an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you look at, as you said, 90 minutes, 2 hours ago, as Varanchit celebrates the race win. You compare them, and it is literally like night and day, Scott. It looks like two completely different days have happened here out at Bangsaen. And it's a solid race win for Varanchit here today. And this will be one that's special for him. This is a racetrack you want to try and win at. Obviously, it's very historical. The 20th race here at Bangsaen for the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. And you see the fans have shown up in full form and full force this weekend. Saw yesterday there was a lot of food stalls around the circuit, which made me very, very jealous and hungry that I actually wasn't there to try some of it, Scott. But in saying that, though, I'm sure they're having a great weekend. It's great. It's such a party. I mean, this is giving me the thoughts of the Gold Coast 500 weekend here in Australia. But yeah, we'll prep ourselves to let Goody interview them, although we're not getting any audio feed, so I don't think we're actually going to hear the English conversation with Brett Dickey, but I'm sure he's talking about things like Vegemite and spiders and snakes right now in his interview with Goody, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, not getting any audio feed out of that interview. So, all right, we're just going to press on a little bit with this one. We're off to our Toyota 86 from this weekend. They joined us back at the Chang International Circuit. They'll be coming our way in just the near future. But yeah, we've gone from a very wet racetrack to a nearly dry one, and the fans at the circuit. The comment I wanted to make there earlier, as we saw our old mate doing his best 6.7 for the broadcast, was the fact that they've all thrown the ponchos away. Well, I hope not away, because I'll probably need them at some of the point across the weekend. But they've stowed them away, and they're going to get set to see some brighter weather. There's the 86s crawling through in the background as they form their way up to the dummy grid. We'll be back for more racing from the streets of Bangsaen on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back for the last race of your Friday, 3rd of July afternoon here from the streets of Bangsaen. And the locals have shaken off their wet weather clothing and popped out the other side as the same way that we have to get an opportunity to go car racing for what is becoming probably the trickiest weekend on the streets of Bangsaen that we've ever seen. Changeable conditions, a circuit that's just about dry, and there was a lot of marshal work if you were watching that one in the background as well, trying to move those puddles away from the outside of the monument. For now, the Toyota 86 Challenge gets set to roll off and away from pit lane, and Hamish, this one's going to be a fun little one. You're going to get the opportunity to see those headlights start to flash when they hit the traction control. I have a sneaking suspicion they're going to be flashing like mad.
I agree with you, Scott. I know how, obviously, how much they were flashing back at Brewery. We were out there for the last round in these cars. I think it's going to be a very similar scenario today where they're going to be just trying to keep the things pulled up, trying to keep themselves nice and tidy as well across this session and across this race. This is our final race that we're broadcasting for the day. We will be signing off before practice 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Series. So this is the final time that we're calling the racing here on your Friday afternoon schedule as well. But don't worry, there's plenty of action to come your way tomorrow out of Thailand Super Series, of course. We're looking forward to what is upcoming out there as well. I just realised I replaced the wrong thing on my stream, but here we go. What we got coming up for you tomorrow, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia in the morning, qualifying 1 and 2, then TH Super Pickup as well for race 4. The Toyota Yaris OMR race for 8 laps at 11:40 a.m., not p.m. Actually, that's fixed up too. 12:30 p.m. there will be the Corolla GRs and ladies OMR race as well. We're unsure if we will be a part of the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia race for the morning or if that'll be part of the afternoon shift, but that is what's going to be coming up in the first half of tomorrow for you as well for your Saturday morning here, the 20th running of the Bangsaen Grand Prix. But for the GRs here in the 86 Challenge race, Scott, it's going to be an interesting one for this starting grid.
Yep, and that it is the Bangkok presents the Toyota 86 Challenge for Thailand. Race number 3 of these guys' calendar for the year. They now bring themselves to the streets of Bangsaen. They've been out there and circulating for practice and for qualifying. This is the opportunity to pin the ears back and go for every opening that you dare amongst the 20 turns of the streets of Bangsaen, with the added challenge here this afternoon. And have a look at the heat haze that's rolling off the ocean in the background. In the meantime, we get set here for Bangsaen Katsiri to take pole from Clayton John Nelmers alongside the Fanelam Racing Machine. Pancha Y Prep is going to be off of row number 2, off alongside of Carl Bennett in the number 9 machine. Thamrong is going to be the 24 Singer Cosmo car alongside of Junior in the 95 entry. Adapon will be the second of the Be Quick Racing cars alongside of Chinawat. Back end of the top 10, the 66 machine of Banfot and Sorowit will be starting alongside. Elisa Kung Kwang will be the first car outside the 10, the 15 entry, and Gregor in the AFR rating 86. Shui Pang will be the final car on the grid of the 13 starters for our Toyota 86 Challenge. Couple more cars added to the category since our first race back at the Chang circuit. And have a look at those. They are now spotted puddles, by the way.
They are, which that could be an issue. That means they'll clear a lot better, obviously, because the surrounding road's much drier, but they could be little puddles of danger for some of those drivers out there. There you see the camera crew. They've been trying to keep nice and dry throughout the proceedings of this morning and into this afternoon as well. It's been obviously a long, tough day for them in these rough weather conditions, it must be said. It's great to see that this field has grown in between rounds, Scott. Hopefully it continues this trend leading into the next round of the series as well in, I would assume, about a month's time. But for Bangsaen, knowing how chaotic it was back at the Chang International Circuit, it could be fireworks here at Bangsaen for these 86s.
Here we go, ladies and gents. We are going to be setting ourselves up to have a crack. Toyota 86s, everybody's just about got a similar race car as you dare. And the Bangkok 86 Challenge, there's still puddles to the inside of the final corner as they come off a turn 20. Red lights on. It always looks like these guys get into the power before we get down here. Now they're going to put the foot down and start to accelerate away as the lights have gone out and the start has been called for the 20 minutes of the 86 challenge. Run down to turn number 1. The field will fan out a fraction, but it is going to be Vongsapat Ketsiri who feeds into turn 1 around the outside for Pancha White Prep. We'll try and send it in 3 wide at the very tail end of the field. I think that might have Elisa Cook, Kwang, Gregory Bennett, and Shu Pang, who were back there. Clayton Nelmers, I'm not picking up any timing for. Looks like he's dropped. Might not have made the starting grid, unfortunately, for this one. It does indeed look like we are 1 Toyota 86 short of the 13 that we were promised. Down through turn 6 for the first time in the first race for these guys weekend.
We know throughout obviously the previous races today of that Toyota Hilux race, and then also even through the Super Ecos as well, that as this track has gotten drier, obviously the racing's gotten a lot faster, but also there's a lot more confidence coming out of the cars. There you see, that's how much it was pulled up down there at turn 8, that there's still watermarks down there. You look at where the monument is, still a giant swimming pool of water is built up to the outside of the corner. And look at that puddle that's on the exit as well. You do not want to catch that on board these Toyotas here today as they full pace run down towards the back end of the back straight. We saw contact down at that corner in the previous race in the Super Ecos, but the hot spot for moves has been down at turn 18 and 19, where drivers have been putting all their muster into their brake pedals and hoping they pull up, and 9 times out of 10 they have been, and we haven't really seen any heavy damage or contact come down at that final braking zone and the final proper passing opportunity of the whole lap.
Well, the big thing I was looking at in the background is that there is still rain looming in the area. We could still be seeing more of it when the circuit closes this afternoon. There is scheduled to be another thunderstorm, another heavy one here tonight. All right, number 11 car of Clayton John Elmers does sit in P2. It's just not picking itself up on the timing at the moment. Having some small issues with the transponder, but it is sitting in second spot. So there is 1386s out there. There is the flashing headlights of cars hitting the ABS on the run down to turn number 1. Dry from just about left to right. There'll still be some splashes of water around the track, but sector 1 relatively dry up and over Monkey Hill. We haven't seen the monkeys at any point this weekend as we have seen in years gone by, but that does not mean that they're not there. I'm sure we'll get an appearance before the weekend is out. Perhaps tomorrow morning they might come from hiding. In the meantime, the scene of the crime of where the Aaron Highcal 82 Suzuki Swift was retrieved at the back end of the previous race after being left there for an extended period of time. And then the run down the middle straight of the lap. Carl Bennett a little bit under pressure at the moment in the AFR racing machine from the Singer Cosmo entry of Thamrong in the 24 machine. We get everyone a little bit sedentary, a little bit just mind your P's and Q's for now. 2 races to come across the weekend, and then you get to this corner. Where do you place the car? Great highlights of exactly how tricky the conditions are for this middle sector of the lap. Just about everywhere else, even the turn 16, 17 section looks relatively dry now, Hamish.
Oh, it does. I mean, you know, you look at how this track sort of progressed in the first part of the circuit that really started to dry out was that main straight, then sort of around about the run out of the final few corners then began to dry up. Then we started to see Monkey Hill and turn 6 dry up as well, but that section down there at the monument has not dried up as much as what you would have hoped for by this point in time. There is a dry line that's formed through there, but you get offline through that corner. Not that it's a passing opportunity even on a dry track, but you get offline through there, you're going to be in for a whole lot of trouble. We saw trouble forming in the last race in one of those Super Ecos that ended up in the wall late in the race, but this is the area where you wanted it to dry up first. The high speed straightaway through turn 1 and in towards turn 2. That's where you wanted to dry out first. It did dry out first there, and the trees sort of struggled this piece of the road along to drying out across the course of that Super Eco race and off the end of the Toyota Hiluxes as well. But you know, it's great to see though, Scott, that our afternoon has not been hindered by weather. It hasn't been hindered by red flag affairs. Yes, we started off the show with that qualifying 1 for the GT3s getting red flagged, and then qualifying 2 being able to go ahead. But it's good that the morning affairs that were happening where every session was getting red flagged has not continued into the afternoon. and we've progressed to green flag racing all throughout without any safety car intervention either, which has been good to see throughout the previous 2 races and now at the start of this one as well with 15 minutes to go.
Looks like Clayton Elms has popped back up in the FaneLab machine on the timing, but it's popping in and out, unfortunately, and that puddle is starting to clear out on the exit of the monument. So what was a tricky prospect only 2 hours ago is back to being relatively clean and easy to pick your way through. Grip continuing to come to the racetrack, and then you just find a patch that's just a touch wetter than anywhere else on the racetrack. The tip into 17, be brave on the left-hand side as you turn back towards the right-hander as well. And that, I believe, that's the sponsor notification at the top of Bangsaen Series number 33 that's starting to come away from the windscreen of that car. I don't know if you noticed as well, but the Clayton Elmers is electing to stay as far away from those puddles coming out of turn 20 as he possibly can. On the run down to turn number 1, both of them just a touch into the ABS, standing on the brake pedal. Carl Bennett starting to make some speed as well. He's moved his way up into 4th position in behind Pancha Wyprep. A new fastest lap of the race for Clayton Elmers as well.
C2, just the sort of pressure that's starting to form between these top 2 as they battle away for the race lead as well. I just realised I've updated them on where we got our music from, Scott, in the chat, as the TSS channel instead of my personal channel, but that didn't come from me. I'd have to ask Jay where he gets it from. He knows more than I do. I just had it in my shared with me folder on Google Drive. 13 minutes left in this race, though. We can see that the front 2 have just started breakaway. Similar scenario to what we had back at Chang International Circuit as well, where we got a little bit of spread between the field. We still have some tight battling throughout. The front 2 are close together, battling away for position, and then we've got a close battle further back with Thamrong, Carl, and Junior back there too, in that battle for what is actually P4. As the current P2 runner on the timing tower is not the P2 runner in correction. That is the P11, that's number 11 of Clayton John, who is still continuing not to have his timing software or not being counted on the timing software at this stage.
Yeah, so Nelmes is showing up. We are getting lap times out of that car, but we're only getting Sector 1 lap times. However, the big thing that he is happy about is seeing the rear end of car 33 being a little bit on the edge as they come out of that last corner. And again, looking to be so far across the inside of the racetrack, a section that's been colder, that's been cooler, that's been a little bit in the shadows and has had the puddles forming in it at the exit of that last corner. By the way, I just spotted those traffic lights. I don't know if you saw them then for a moment there, Hamish, but the traffic lights around the circuits have got the permanent flashing yellow lights on them. That's to warn for the local traffic. That's got nothing to do with the circuit in operation. Lighting boards are up and about and in operation to signify what the flag points are around this place.
You know, it would be interesting is if they could find a way for street circuits mainly that have still got the traffic lights on them when they run the race, if they could actually hook them up for the race lights. But I know it wouldn't work because of the traffic light system and how they organise that stuff. But that would be something that would be cool. But see how close there the 24 car gets to the wall of Thamrong as well as he gets through turn 6. But I mean, this circuit looks to be a lot of fun. Big challenge for these drivers, obviously, of course, but a lot of fun indeed. And I think one that a lot of them may have been scared to have driven if it was wet, but also there might be some out there that were, you know, licking their lips at the opportunity of being able to tackle this track in the wet as well. But I think one that they're just excited to be here and racing around as well, Scott.
Keep your eyes on the timing on the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Clayton John Nelmes is continuing to drop down that timing board. Basically, we're only registering times for him in the first sector. When every other car passes the second or third sector timing lines, he shifts his way down the order. But we do still have timing for him. He is still second, and you'll see him at the end of the lap pop back up to the top, nearly into the barriers there for the Singer Cosmo machine of car number 24. Attempting to track down the car just ahead of him on the road. And Pancha Wyprep is starting to come under a lot of pressure from the number 24 on the Singer Cosmo machine. Both of these guys moving their cars right along the circuit. There is still puddles on the inside of that corner. There is still a wetter line. So you are taking risk with where you settle the car around this track. And, well, the biggest news is, with the lack of power coming out of these things and a little bit of driver aid, it will be a heck of a lot easier. If there was a GT3 to touch that puddle on the inside, you can understand the rear end would start to want to dance around immediately with the horsepower being applied to the rear. But for the 86s, a little bit less. You can take a little bit more risk with where you apply those rear tyres. It's just whether or not that risk is worth it.
That's right. You know, is the risk of putting your car offline or onto a low percentage area of the circuit, is that going to be worth your risk or risking your whole race to make such a choice as well? And that's where, you know, some of your decision-making skills are very crucial around circuits here like Bangsaen, and you know, they've done well just to keep themselves in line and in check throughout this race, of course, over the last 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes now.
Yeah, that went quick.
Yeah, it went by very, very quick. I mean, we're going to get to the end of our day very, very soon, and it's going to go by very quickly for us here as well. As you know, it's 9 minutes plus a lap left in this race, of course. Exciting stuff to come tomorrow morning that we spoke about, including that Porsche Carrera Cup qualifying in the morning. That's something I'm very excited for as a fan of Porsche Carrera Cup racing, just personally. But you know, I'll be intrigued to see what sort of times come out of the next session when we're away for that practice session coming up. But then also as well, how the track develops overnight and how that could affect the racing of the 8.6s possibly tomorrow if they are running, or on Sunday if they're running as well, and how that's going to change up how these drivers and these cars have to approach the circuit here at Bangsaen, and how they have to approach attacking or defending position with changeable conditions across the weekend.
Yeah, but therein lies why you're trying to get out there and get as much sighting at the moment. I think the biggest thing is, even if you're running out there and on your own at the moment, you know, explore around the circuit, feel out what the grip is that you've got available to you. Because if we're going to be, you know, in a different spot, have a look at where some of the puddles are forming. This session for this group of cars. Yes, it's about the race. Well, we're 2/3 of the way through that race now, and this is about building the weekend as a whole as well. It's not just, you know, you got a little bit of room, you got a little bit of time, and the car's in reasonable shape and the tires are in reasonable shape. Make sure you're taking note, all those visual cues, those visual little indicators, because the next time you're out non-circuit, you may not have any of those. All of a sudden, the spray, the mists might be anywhere. Have a look at the difference in grip levels as we come up and through Monkey Hill. A little bit of trees covering the racetrack, and all of a sudden, the dampness of the circuit re-emerges. The color of the asphalt switches back to much more of a darker black and away from the grey and the grip that we're seeing that's available to these guys at the moment. Down into turn 8 for these guys.
Just to confirm as well, Scott, so next race for the 86 Challenge this weekend is on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. local time. So they need to use tomorrow, if it does rain or if it's changeable conditions, to watch the track, watch the racing, watch all the sessions, see where the water's pooling, see how different car types are being affected by the racing around here in these changeable conditions. And I think probably the most important race that they may want to watch is both of those Toyota Corolla and GR Yaris races that are coming up tomorrow as well, because they're going to give them somewhat of an indication of where they need to best place their cars if they get changeable conditions come Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for their next race of their season.
For the meantime, 16 machine of Sorowit Seitung comes out of the final corner. He will move into P7. Having a reasonably respectful race at the moment. Car ahead of him has just done his fastest lap of the day. What's he going to bring to us this time of asking? 201.452. Best lap of 59.5. So time's starting to come out of those tyres, unfortunately for him. 95 machine of Ruthercorn, who's just ahead of him, setting his fastest lap of a 2-minute flat, 0.3. Carl Bennett's just gone to a 58.579. Setting his fastest lap of the day. About 3.5 seconds back from P4. But if Thamrong makes some sort of mistake, there will be an opportunity to get there for him. 26 car of Adapon, making his way up Monkey Hill. Sits about 4 seconds in the rearview mirror of Sorowit that we were just talking about. And Adapon staying within the 2-minute 1 second marker on board the Be Quick car in this category.
Of course, as well, we saw a strong run from Adapon back at Buriram last round, but just unable to match the sort of pace that they had at that previous race this season as well. Maybe they'll need to do a little bit of fine-tuning across tomorrow, leading into their next race come Sunday morning, and just see where they can find some pace and where they can maybe find some confidence racing around here across the rest of this weekend and into their next race of their season as well. Of course, the next time they'll be racing will be at a completely different circuit to this one. Of course, it's getting loose through the monument section was the 15 then of Alyssa Kunkwan as they came through there. That was a great shot though by the camera person just to catch that one, but yeah, nearly put it straight in the wall at that monument section.
Yep, so again, risk being taken at the moment. And Lisa Kunkwang just ahead of Shupong Kanjana Pass in the Redline BBMP Racing and Painkiller Racing machines. Inside of the top 10 for both of these guys. 9th and 10th spots they're squabbling over at the moment. 3.5 minutes. 3 and a bit more than that left on the timer at the moment. Taking a quick look at our calendar for the rest of the afternoon as well. This one will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap. So let that timer expire and then add 1 more lap beyond that. Has just seen a faster Sector 1 time pop up for Vongsapat Katsiri in first place. I'd love to see what Clayton Nelmes is capable of through that sector, but we're not seeing those times. He's gone to a 56.7, by the way, the Vongsapat Katsiri last time by, which I believe will actually be the fastest lap of the race, and indeed is. Only car below a 1 minute 57. Yeah, Clayton Nelmes has gone to a 1:57.1. So he's within about 0.6 of a second of him. 66 in the number 10 machines. This is for the battle for 11th spot at the moment. And that car was taking some risks today, and that car has taken too many risks this afternoon.
Femrong. 24. Oh, you see there the car in behind. I think that was Adapon just having to apply the brakes to slow up. And sneaking through now is the 16 of Sorowit, so they'll get by the car of, actually no, that was actually Junior in behind them now as well. So they've somehow managed to pull it up, but oh, that could have been very, very messy through there, Scott.
Certainly could have been, but the important part is everyone's still got 4 tyres on it. I don't know, I was about to say all 4 corners, but on the 24 machine, it doesn't have all 4 corners on it. The left rear now looking a fraction injured out of the final corner. The 95 machine is the car that I think has caught this battle pack, which will be Rathakorn, who has tied his way onto this one. Loses the spot out to the 16 of Sorowitz Saturn, which means we now have ourselves a 3-way fight for P5 on the racetrack. Will be potentially 2 more laps, might be a third. There just might be enough time, I think, for Vongsapat Katsiri to squeak another lap in. We are probably on track for another 3. Fraction of an issue in the braking zone right there for the Singer Cosmo car. Pulling it up for turn 1, and it just about had Sorowitz's imprint on the rear bumper, which will be added to the one he's picked up from the fence, if he can quite get there. Down the crest of the hill now. And trying to hang on to it. But that is definitely a walking wounded 24 machine of Thamrong. In the meantime, all the fans watching on in the background, hands on hearts.
They're all watching the broadcast on their phone as well, Scott. So they want to try and keep an eye on the action everywhere.
Well, it's the cheapest radio that you can have is a phone call. And I think that's what they've actually got going on with one of their drivers at the moment. I've seen a few drivers jump out of their heads, their helmets, and pull earbuds out attached to phones across the weekend. Such is the modern era that we live in, particularly for this level of racing too.
Use what you got. It's smart, you know. Majority of the people in the modern day have got a phone available to them. You know, if you've got it and you've got good phone signal at a race circuit, use it. Use that. More power to you. If you don't want to have to buy a separate radio,
get your phone out there and use it up. As we've got 10 seconds on the clock. Where is Bangsaen Katsiri? Because if they're not quite at the line yet, then we may get one more
He's gone
lap.
through.
I think he has gone through. He would have. So we should get the final lap the next time by when we cross the line. So this lap plus one more here at the Bangsaen circuit for the 86 challenge.
Righto, wind him up, and you can see that Thamrong, now that he's recovered and now he's feeling a little bit better in terms of the capabilities of that race car, figured out what he's got beneath him, starting to put some distance on the 16 machine. Now starting to close back up though. Ruthercorn will be looking to try and close it and have a go if he can keep the rear end of his Toyota 86 underneath him at turn 1. Closes up fractionally, good drive off. And now he will start to bring himself into this race in the Tom's Racing machine. Beautifully presented number 16 of Sorrow. It's Saitsun out of the next MK Sports Euphorus modal entry. But already just extending that margin out fractionally as they'll come down through turn 6 and hit the timing line out the other side. 1.5 laps left to run for this group of 3 cars. Our race leader's starting to turn on the afterburners a little bit and find himself a nice little bit of open real estate as he will come out of the final corner. That windshield banner still gripping onto the top of the car and hanging on with it. They'll be able to replace that one afterwards. Out of the final corner to the checkered flag line. We will see one more lap to come from the 33 machine.
Well, 1 lap to go. Final lap of the day in racing conditions here at the Bangsaen Street Circuit for the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. As we get confirmation from race control, James Taylor, the leader has commenced the final lap. And for Bangsaen Katsiri, it is looking to be a perfect start to his weekend here, as he wants to go win number 1 of the weekend. Can he make it a double on Sunday? That will take a fair challenge as he exits turn 6, gets through there nicely. Can he make it through the rest of the circuit nice and tidily? You would assume so, knowing that he's ran all of this race in the race lead and has controlled it all throughout as well. And what has been a dominant performance for him here, Scott, could be one that we may see him take home a double race win here this weekend.
Potentially, there will be a lot of opportunity. For the meantime, cuts his way through towards what will be the trickiest section of racetrack on his run home. But the line has started to dry out across that little bit of spray, the massive puddle out the other side of the monument section. That's it. That's the hard part done. Now let's pull it up nice and accurately. He has a margin of several seconds. Can't quite see in the rearview mirror exactly where Clayton Elmers has shown up or how far back he was. He was 9.5 seconds back, I believe, at the end of the last lap from our race leader. So the team will be pleading with the 33 machine of Bangsaen Katsiri because he's got control, he's got comfort. The Adamitsu Racing Team Thailand entry will come to turn 19. Accelerate out the other side, corrects the wheel to the right through the turn 20, and will chalk off the start of the weekend with 1 race, 1 win, and 12 laps the distance of the Toyota 86 Challenge for race number 3 of their calendar in 2026.
See as well that Pancher Welprick will come in behind Carl Bennett, who's come home in P2, thanks to, well, the fact that his timing was a little bit off, but that will count him in P2. There is Pancher Welprick just surviving into P3 with Thamrong in behind, Carl Bennett in behind him. I apologise. So Pancher Welprick actually got himself up on the podium. That's a good run for him. Thamrong will get home out of P5 as well as Sorowitz Saitang will look to get their car home in the top 6 here for race number 1 of the weekend, their 3rd round of their season as well. So across the start-finish line, and someone's walking their dog just in time to watch the end of the 86 race on the side of the circuit as well. And from great racing here today, Scott, it's already a fantastic start to our weekend.
Yeah, here comes the 26 machine, missing a left-hand side wing mirror that's been folded back as it's been used as a feeler to find its way around the race circuit here this afternoon. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your eyes to that cloud coverage. Looking out towards the sea, it looks fantastic. Looking back in just about every other direction, it does not. Even Monkey Hill has started to clean up. Where the racing line is concerned, it's significantly drier. But for the rest of the climb up there, still patches across the road. It's such a good thing that the bulk of this racetrack is not covered in tree cover. That would certainly make for an interesting prospect, particularly for selections of tyres that you're going to use for the rest of the afternoon. Porsche Cup this afternoon, I think, will run, looking at that race circuit, it's going to be a guarantee that they'll be on slick tyres for the afternoon. It is definitely far too dry to be thinking about any kind of wet compound, and their practice session for what they've got.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Of course, if you want to track along with that Porsche Carrera Cup Asia practice session, I believe they would definitely still be on and getting shown on the Thai coverage of the weekend for today. I don't know if the other languages are going to show it as well. There is confirmation of the overall results. Bangsaen ahead of Clayton John, and then Pencha Wellprap out of P3 overall as well. It's a good race for those guys to get to the end on the overall podium, as there's confirmation of the results with Carl and Themrong out of the top 5.
That's to the 5. You'll have Sorowit from Junior Adapon. Home in 8th. 9th will be Shupang, and 10th will be Lisa Kung Kwang. Bangsaen Kitsiri will get the fastest lap of the race. Fastest middle sector actually generated on that final lap on the number 9 machine of Carl Bennett, who improved his best lap time of the day to a 57.353 to finish up. After all of the excitement that we've had this afternoon, everyone's getting in on the 6-7. Righto, that's it. Ban them all. You're all done for the weekend for being on the broadcast. I think, ladies and gentlemen, sitting down in the stands. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is the only card left here this afternoon for practice, and race number 7, I believe, of their calendar will be tomorrow morning. This is what we've got to look forward to. Carrera Cup Asia in action for qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 from 8:40 a.m. Thai time tomorrow morning. Thailand Super Pickups will be the first race of the day before the Yaris One Make will get out there for their 8 circuits of the Bangsaen Street Circuit. They'll be followed up by the Toyota Corolla GR and the ladies in their One Make race machines. Before we let the Porsche Cups out here in the best kind of anger, it's racing anger, particularly from a standing start in the rundown of turn number 1. Could the weather turn once again? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. Everything that we've got suggests that we're in for the most difficult weekend of the Thailand Super Series in the last 5 years. Hamish, I want to say a very big shout out and thank you for joining me here this afternoon, but we'll get into the highlights package for the 86s first.
Well, indeed, and it all started in anger, didn't it, Scott? Down towards turn 1 and turn 2, they fired their way in up Monkey Hill for the first time, and it was a hot start for a lot of them, and it seemed to be a case of you got to pick up positions early before the field spreads out, and that was certainly a case for the majority of the field. We saw as well that for the top 2 throughout that race, they kept themselves tidy enough that they could break away from P3 and back, but there was no hope in chasing down the eventual race winner in this one.
Yeah, it certainly set the timing alight. That was a move that we didn't see and just barely pulled it up down at turn 15 for the 66 and the 10 machines. This was the moment that we saw the 95 machines scattering to the puddle to try and find the best way through. Bravery from everyone involved on the run through 14 and into 15. And that was the moment that we didn't see. It was deep at the Monument chicane for the 24 machine, and the barriers on both drivers' right and drivers' left. Although no one was touching Bangsaen Kit Series number 33. It was quite simple and comfortable for him. The opening few laps, he had a little bit of company as Clayton Nelmes tried to challenge it to him, but after that, set sail, looked comfortable and felt comfortable on board the number 33. He would take race number 3 of the season for Toyota 86 Racing Action, and a well-deserved victory for Bangsaen Kit Series.
It was indeed, and what a day of racing it's been for them. The Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is about to get out there for their official practice number 2 for the weekend, but that is going to be our call to get out of here, Scott. We'll be back again tomorrow morning for all that action that we've spoken about. It's been exceptional to be here with you for my first day of the weekend here at the Bangsaen Circuit, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 mornings that I'll be with you to call action across a multitude of racing categories.
Yeah, what are we going to have to call them, Hamish? What do you reckon? Coffee and cars?
Yeah,
Of
I
a
reckon.
Sunday morning?
Yeah, I
Get your
reckon.
lattes ready. Get the
Yeah.
coffee machine out.
Yeah, I'll get my flat white. You get your latte. We'll be ready to go for the morning.
How did you know I was a latte man?
Because you said that often at times, if you're going to mention just coffee in general, majority of people will just say what their coffee order is. So you said latte, so I thought, well, you must enjoy a latte. I enjoy a flat white, and I would normally say flat white. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, my co-commentator Hamish the Stalker. He's been outside my window a few nights, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Sit back, relax. We're going to leave the Porsche Cup practice sessions available for you on the stream. And we will be back once again tomorrow morning. We'll hope you see you all there as the streets of Bangsaen become a debate. Will it be dry or will it be the car wash? Will it be rinse and repeat or will it be barrier repair? You'll have to tune in for the rest of the Thailand Super Series action across the weekend. We'll hope to see you then.
20 years ago, a dream began beside the sea. What started as a bold vision became Thailand's most iconic street circuit. Through 2 decades, generations of drivers, teams, officials, and fans have written history together. More than a race, more than a circuit, a celebration shared by an entire community. Here, champions were crowned, legends were made, and memories became part of motorsport history. Now, the story continues, bigger, faster, stronger than ever. Bangsaen Grand Prix, where street racing history is written. Race to the horizon. The next chapter begins.